Hello. Hello, hello. Alrighty. Ooh. Gonna continue with PGR today. This is probably gonna be shorter than usual though. Because for today I'm planning just to go through the hidden section for chapter 14 and then interludes. Reread Wanshi's interlude, go through Chrome Glory's interlude, and then go do the hidden interlude nodes that I unlocked a few days ago. And then that'll be it. Oh, and I guess as a bonus, I'll go through Bianca's little skin story thing here, or coding story. I'll go through that because I still haven't done those. I just remembered about those earlier today. The skin, by the way, looks gorgeous. So I might, so that I'll probably do just as a little bonus. Okay. Let me just take a sip of my drink. Nice. Okay. Oh wait, before I forget. We don't want that happening for a third time now. Okay. Imprisoned site. Only a few nodes to go through. Looking for Luna. Oh, this is on Alpha's perspective. Good. So it was Alpha. I don't know why Lucia wasn't mentioning that at the end of chapter 14, but looking for Luna. Alpha. Alpha? Right, that's what they call you now. It feels great, doesn't it? You're the real deal after all, so it's only right that you take the name Alpha. Yes, there is no need to share a name with a replica. The voices of her companions reach her ears. Lucia looks up at the empty and still rather unfamiliar city in front of her. Another me. Since I've chosen another path, I should cut off all ties with my past. That settles it, Miss Alpha. Why am I looking back on the past at a time like this? Alpha looks up, taking in the vast yet empty subterranean city. She does not feel a sense of belonging to this city at all, but as someone who has been moving in and out of the city for a long time, she feels a sense of familiarity. A rusty bridge extends out into the distance, its other end enveloped by the fog. Even though she cannot see it, Alpha knows where the bridge leads. She cast away her original name here, in order to break with the past. Luna only gave her a silent nod regarding it when she returned. Luna. She repeats that name silently to herself and takes in the devastation in the distance. Where are you? It happened on the last day. Once the Grey Ravens began their descent into the polyphage abyss, Roland shares the truth with her. And then, Gabriel. Gabriel steps out of the dark corner, still acting as courteous as ever, but he can hardly conceal the deranged sense of menace he is giving off. Well, he's all yours. As Roland passes Alpha with a nonchalant smile, he leans over and lowers his voice. I'm going to deal with Gabriel's backup. Only then will Luna be able to leave the core. With a quick stroke of his chain blade, he leaps into the darkness of the core. By the time Gabriel moves to stop Roland, Alpha has already lunged forward with her blade out. You betrayed Luna. Me. No, Miss Luna is the one who betrayed us. And you are the reason for her betrayal. You are why she was forsaken by the Ascension Network, why she has lost the power of an agent. Luna has never betrayed any one of us. Alpha's blade slices across Gabriel's chest, sending sparks flying everywhere. Gabriel rips off his tattered cloak, revealing his colossal mechanical stature. You really are the biggest threat to the Ascension Network. Are you not going to save your dear sister now that the polyphage has devoured her? I know what you're conspiring, Gabriel. You might as well have it written on your face. If I let you go now, you'll just become a larger threat to Luna. I can only hope that those gray ravens will last long enough for me to get to her. I can't understand why you choose to believe in those inadequate constructs. They've most likely become food for the polyphage. No. This time I'm choosing to believe in myself. In Gabriel? What I'm going to do now is destroy you. I will not forgive anyone who hurts Luna. Alpha raises her katana, her eyes burning with fury. Alpha closes in, attempting to expose a weak spot on Gabriel with a series of continuous strikes. Gabriel is forced back, barely managing to counter her every move with his cane. Although he is unaware that she was seriously injured in her mind, Gabriel still notices that her strikes are weaker than before. Seeing a rare opening, he gives it everything he's got, abandoning defense for offense. Perfect. Once one of the combatants gives up on defense, the battle will soon be over. Gabriel has staked everything on this battle in order to achieve the lofty goal given to him by the Ascension Network. However, as the battle goes on, Alpha's mind also gradually starts to stabilize. No point dragging this out any longer. Take this. Your body will provide sustenance for the polyphage. Sensing that something is amiss, Gabriel immediately leaps high into the air and delivers an armor-pulverizing blow in Alpha's direction. But when the dust settles, the only person on the cracked ground is Gabriel. He is completely unable to hit the fleet-footed Alpha. His immense strength, of which he has been so proud of, is useless if he cannot land a hit. Alpha! Gabriel's attack has left him completely open to Alpha's space-tearing strike. And with that, the battle is concluded. I cannot fault Miss Luna for relying on you. Gabriel crawls among the ruins, dragging his broken body. His legs and wings have all become nothing but scrap metal. Alpha steps over his broken limbs and walks over to his side, raising her katana. Clang! Her katana bounces violently against an unseen wall. Alpha. An irreverent call comes from behind her, and with it, walls start to appear around them, getting thicker and thicker. Alpha pivots, turning around and slicing with her katana, but she is not able to cut through them. You've become weak, probably because of that agent, because of Luna. You are. Call me Vonnegut. I'm an agent. So you are Vonnegut. Alpha sheaths her katana, calmly appraising the black figure before her. Looks like you've heard of me. Of course, if it wasn't for your ascendant underling, that incident wouldn't have happened. I only had him bring about what the humans had been hoping for all along. That commandant, Ravenge, I believe, he wasn't the first to hold those beliefs. It won't be the last to die for them. I believe you've seen quite a lot of this. I don't pity that scoundrel, but that incident caused the deaths of others, not just his. It's all for Asnat and the filtering Alpha. It's not my intention to kill humans or constructs. I'm simply running an experiment to increase the efficiency of the filtering process. Back then in Babylonia, you were furious that your comrades had to be sacrificed, but now that you've become an Ascendant, are you really planning to oppose the filtering? That's what I thought. Why are you here? For the glad tidings, of course. The punishing virus has exhibited the ability to become organic, and these new life forms are truly the peak of perfection. This planet is undergoing a rebirth, and as an agent, I, of course, would like to bear witness to it. You're the one who hatched the polyphage in the Red Tide, aren't you? You saved the reborn punishing virus and opened up new possibilities to Asnat. Good job. You approve of this? Of course. This is a step in the evolution of Asnat. Vonnegut's eyes are riveted on the gushing red tide below with appreciation. Unfortunately, I came a little too late, and Luna's destroyed the polyphage. The Babylonians have also arrived, and will soon clear out this area. As much as I'd love to prevent this catastrophe, as long as we're unable to make a move on Babylonia, the thorn in our side, wiping out individual Babylonians won't make a difference. He shifts his gaze from the red tide to Gabriel, who lies behind him, struggling to crawl out from under the boulder with his hand reaching out. Don't worry. As long as the breeder's knowledge remains, there's still hope. He claps his hands, and the boulder pressing down on Gabriel is blown to smithereens. Vonnegut. Alpha, I'll undo the force field between you, but I have something to tell you before that. Luna's been rescued from the polyphage, and is highly likely to have been taken by the Babylonians. You know what this means, don't you? Can you bear the thought of her having to go through what you went through? He smiles, and with a snap of his fingers, the force field in Alpha's way dissipated. She tightens her grip on her weapon, glaring at the person standing between her and Gabriel's broken body. But ultimately, she chooses to hurry toward the abyss where the polyphage was. Get up, breeder. I know you're loyal to Asnat. You yearn for greater power to augment your body. So I'll bestow upon you new life, and a power that is befitting of the name Gabriel. In exchange for what? You guys will never find out. Ignoring the two of them, Alpha hurriedly rushes toward the polyphage. But all that remains there is the Babylonian reinforcement. Whether to battle them or continue searching, she still cannot find Luna. Have the humans gotten her? A feeling of unease spreads through Alpha, but it is precisely because of this that she has to search for Luna. Because she is family. Her only family. Howling snowstorm. Alpha stands on the barren, scorched earth, taking in the chaos around her. Since that incident, she has been running around subterranean city number 75. She has left no stone unturned in her search, going through the hidden corners and paths, through the ruins that only they knew about, and has even checked on the constructs that were swarming the place. But she does not find even the slightest trace of Luna. There is only one possible conclusion. Luna is not here. With the answer staring her right in the face, Alpha ponders where she should go next. Where are you? As she turns the question over in her head, countless memories of Luna surface. The clearest memory is of the moment when she leapt through the darkness, her hand outstretched. There was a girl standing atop the white snow. The series of campaigns was called the Project Winter. It seemed that the task of naming it was dumped on the executor. But if the executors can come up with such methods, I should say they really do deserve naming rights. Roland? Noise and memories were jumbled together, flashing through her mind. No, this is just noise. Since Luna disappeared, these muffled voices have been ceaselessly haunting her. She looks at the wide expanse of yellow sand before her, and her thoughts return to the past yet again. You're saying that when you become an agent, you heard a great deal of noise? That's right. What is it? Think of it as a catalyst. When I first became an agent, I didn't understand its true nature and thought the voices were telling the truth. Luna stopped hovering and landed between the ruins. So, this originates from Asnat? No, but I can't say for sure. They're a symptom that emerges when the mind has been damaged. Of course, this is just a simplified analogy. It's actually more complicated than that. There have also been many constructs recently who opt to simulate an injury like this to temporarily augment their power. Perhaps when you become an agent, you'll be able to fully comprehend it. That's no joking matter. You know I don't want to become an agent. Oh? Perhaps I wanted to confirm that for myself. Then let me be frank with you. I have no interest. You're already burdened by the heavy responsibility of Asnat. If I become an agent too, who else will be there to help you? Thanks, sister. But you said that only by becoming an agent will I be able to comprehend that? Asnat imparts some knowledge that only it possesses, including long-lost historical records. And it happens when one becomes an agent. That's right. The memory... oh. The memory starts to flicker, but there are things that one would still know without Asnat's knowledge. What the heck? Okay. Such as the humans of this planet are a disease more terrifying than the punishing virus. Why do you think like that? The noise rings incessantly in her mind, like an alarm clock going off in the wee hours of the morning. Because of that incident that caused you to leave Babylonia, or because of Luna becoming an agent? No, these incidents were just the starting point. The starting point. The noise sighs as if expressing regret. That's enough, Gabriel. Even if you slaughter all these humans and constructs, there is no one among them that can pass the filtering. But they'll become a threat. As long as the source remains, they won't give up, no matter how many of them you kill. All we have to do is find the seeds and guard this place. Understood. Gabriel bows respectfully, and vanishes into the horizon. Something you wanted to comment on, sister? Alpha has not opened her mouth, but Luna smiles as if she knows what she's about to say. Do you remember the fairy tale you used to tell me? I've told you many fairy tales. Which one are you talking about? The evil king and the elixir of life. I still believe what I did then. That it's the only way forward, sister. Drinking the evil king's elixir may kill you, but this is the path of evolution and selection. With this, one can safeguard life from complete annihilation. Of course, that person will become a monster, just like the evil king, but so what? Monster is but a term defined by human standards. If seeing the filtering through means I'll be called a monster, I'll treat it as my crowning glory. Will you want others to survive? Of course. Even if I become a nefarious villain in the eyes of the humans, a villain needs people to be subjected to their villainous deeds. Not only is this wish mine, but it's also the very purpose behind Asnat's filtering process. That's why I have to complete Asnat's mission. But the humans who are still flesh and blood, with their deep-seated prejudice, aren't able to even pass the preliminary filtering process by the punishing virus. Luna turns around and gazes at the fiery red clouds in the distance. After a long time, she gently shuts her eyes. Perhaps it's because I hold the same beliefs as Asnat that I was chosen to become an agent. Even as an agent, Luna does not think highly of humanity. But originally, her intention to move the filtering forward was simply to let those deserving to live continue living. Even though she had her own reasons for doing it, it was not born out of hatred and chaos. At least, in the beginning, that was how it was. Whoa, are you alright? Relax. Fate has too much in store for me to let me die so quickly. For someone like you to be talking about fate, what exactly happened? Someone taught me a lesson. This time it was a construct who brought a gift. They hid it really well, I have to give them that. Those humans are also constantly changing up their tactics. They had their comrade blow himself up. That's right. And he didn't know what he had on him. Otherwise, I'd have been able to sense that something wasn't right. You survived the encounter, but what about him? Dead as a doornail. I only survived because I was far away. That guy who was Roland... That guy was who Roland was working on recruiting, wasn't he? It wasn't easy getting him on board. Even after sustaining such huge losses last time, the humans still aren't giving up on trying to get a glimpse of the secrets of the Ascension Network. What are they really after? Perhaps they wish to make their constructs immune to the punishing virus, and instead have their bodies augmented by it, just like an Ascendant. Or maybe they simply want to be able to control an Ascendant, or even an Agent. There's so much they can gain from it. They are the puppet masters, having their underlings kill one another while they reap the benefits. That's their modus operandi. Although I still don't know exactly what they want. Don't know what exactly they want or how close they are to their goal. But things seem to be going to plan, aren't they? It's precisely because of this that we have to keep moving the filtering process forward. However, they have been obstructing our progress. People die without us knowing how. How can we even hope to offer up anyone for filtering? Ms. Luna wants us to keep increasing our numbers to deal with the losses. Appropriate seeds must be found as soon as possible. For those who aren't aware or don't have the necessary conditions to pass the filtering, we'll have to create those conditions. If we can get ultimate power that is impervious to those despicable ploys, there won't be any more humans standing in the way of the network's mission. Yeah. Call me when you find that sort of power. Such things have become a normal part of their daily lives. The humans' offensives last too long, just like the winds blowing through the abyss, and just as relentless. In comparison, being betrayed and abandoned back then was but the first step into the abyss. And the hatred that inundated them was born from being hunted down and rounded up. Even more so from unexpected traps and conspiracies. Each drop of hate pooling together until it formed a river that flowed into the bottom of the abyss. At first, it was just the usual ambushes and raids. But soon there was a chance of gifts being hidden close to the seas they approached. In this battle of wits, every attempt to throw the humans off their trail unintentionally provides them with ideas for improvement. As a result, their methods have become more subtle and nastier with each iteration. But for the Ascendants and those on a similar path, the memories hidden within their mind are filled with this torment. These experiences are like layers of wounds inflicted on top of one another. Single out any one of them, and it is simply a scar that poses no threat, a mark not forgotten with time. But now they have been accumulating for a long time, patiently waiting for the moment that will soon arrive, the straw that breaks the camel's back. Looks like this is the place. In a bid to save the new constructs who have just passed the filtering, everyone slips onto the ice-covered plains. Fresh blood stains the snowy white plains with red. Researchers lay fallen all around, and the transporter vehicle was torn apart in the attack. Oh, well, looks like we were too late. Roland climbs onto the torn compartment and sees a comrade lying on a huge restraining device. Going by the traces left at the scene, he was killed by the restraining device just as he finally broke free. How have the humans been able to come up with such a terrifying device? This is due to what he's capable of. I was interested in seeing how he would develop over time, but given the current environment, he didn't even get that chance. A brief silence falls over the group. Suddenly, a hulking figure lands beside them. Ms. Luna, you've returned. How is the investigation? This device was brought over from the Arctic Route Union. A new military post has been set up to the east. It's very well hidden, and there are similar devices within. There are also a few researchers stationed there. A military post to the east. I previously carried out reconnaissance when Alpha came for the Narwhal, but I didn't see any military posts then. Besides, the people outside are ordinary folk, so why would they suddenly possess such a device? Either they have been deliberately hiding something, or someone has shared the devices and technology with them. But there's a greater likelihood that it was a combination of the two. The local residents may not be aware of this, but there is a secret hidden beneath this snowfield. And it's because they are inherently capable that they've received visitors who want to share their technology and devices with them. In other words, the Arctic Route Union is working with that group from before. That's right. Don't those people fish for a living? What's there to gain from working with them? A large number of corrupted emerged from the sea some time back, and the forest guard lacked the power to hold them back. As a result, they sustained some losses. I'd hazard a guess and say they agreed to work together in exchange for materials. There aren't many large human bases on Earth these days, and even fewer are willing to take part in a plan against the Ascendants. They must be hiding something we don't know about. They wouldn't take such a risk otherwise, no matter how generous the reward. The military post seems to be merely a symbol of their cooperation. There must be another hidden facility. We should investigate that facility. Otherwise, even if we destroy the military post, another more hidden post will only be built in its place. Could it be that simple? What do you mean, Luna? I can only guess, based on the Grey Ravens. No, based on my sister's investigation of that incident with Ravenge, that they may have started collaborating well before setting up the military post. The incident and that military post were merely newly run tests. The foundations were already in place. That's right, a harsh environment plays a huge part in all this. There's nothing but fish and a handful of local products. They've always faced a shortage of materials. If they're really jointly doing research, what should we do? Now knowledge everyone here, of course, and nip the problem in the bud. There is no need to go that far. The vast majority are just fishermen, and are working with Corona in exchange for the materials they need to survive. All we have to do is destroy the research facility. Forgive me for saying this, but it was because they joined forces that we lost many good candidates. Those who can pass the filtering are few and far between. If these people are not completely annihilated, they will still pose a threat. Alpha closes her eyes, and thoughts of the humanoid hybrid construct she met on this vast snowfield, who had gone through experiences similar to hers. She thought of how they carried themselves in the face of the humans' fear and prejudice, and I see great potential in the forest guards. With enough opportunities, there will definitely be some among them who can pass the filtering. Sister's right. Yuki will continue with the previous mission. Everyone salutes Luna and hurriedly disperse, leaving only Alpha and Luna on the silent snowfield. Sister. She turns around and gives Alpha a knowing smile. I know what you want to say. Luna hovers beside Alpha, looking at the snow and misty scene close by, and does not say anything more about it. Sister, did you meet Lucia? Yes. What do you think about her? Nothing in particular. She hasn't lost hope. That commandant looks pretty special too. Well, let her continue dreaming for a bit, at least until that day comes. Alright then. The howling frigid wind sends Luna's flowing locks flying behind her, and her petite figure sways in the wind. Alpha closes the gap and takes Luna's arm. We found the military post. Next up is the task of finding the other hidden facility. Leave this to me, will you? Oof. Sorry. I'm starting to feel drowsy. Oh boy. While investigating clues near the military post, she has a surprising encounter in the snow. Lucia, you're still alive! Wait, no. Such concentration of the punishing virus. Has she become corrupted? Merle, Shun, the corrupted spoke. It's a long story, and don't get too close to me or you'll be infected too. She is secretly suppressing the punching virus within her body while warning them, trying to prevent the virus from spreading to the two of them. Why are you here? They said there was something strange with the corrupted numbers here and sent us to find out what the problem was, and return after obtaining clues. Lucia, do you want to return to Babylonia with us? No, I have no place there anymore. There was no news for a long time after you said you wanted to be recalled. I thought you were all ready. Aha, there were some technical issues I heard. Merle scratches his head, slightly embarrassed, but unable to hide the mirth in his voice. There have been a lot of casualties recently. It's getting very hard to create custom frames, and there are version issues as well. But the higher-ups said that they had to activate us at all costs so as to investigate what happened then. However, they haven't been able to solve version issue. And with the lack of manpower, they had no choice but to sign some contract with the humans on Earth and rope them in to help. Contract? Do you mean there are people here who are able to support this research on Babylonia? Hearing what can be a clue, Alpha tightens her grip on her weapon. Her voice takes on a serious tone. I don't know much about the research technology, but I did wake up in the military post over there. Agreeing on a contract and awakening us. Those are things we've heard from the researchers inside. They also had us stay temporarily in the military post for tasks, and to work with them on some simple missions. Merle and Shun don't know much about this either. Looking at the good-natured smile that Merle always has on, Alpha releases her grip on the hilt of her katana. It's great that we're able to wake up again, but we still don't have any clues about what the boss wanted us to investigate. Yeah, we were attacked during recalling, and the data transfer was incomplete. You can't fully remember what happened during the incident. Do you remember what happened back then? If you can't go back to Babylonia, at least tell us what really happened then. Alright. She suppresses the joy in her heart as she shares the buried pieces of her memory with her long-lost comrades. To think that something like this actually happened. I also made a copy of Lucia before I left, so you might see her if you go back to Babylonia. Another Lucia. Anyway, Lucia, you're a really sentimental person, aren't you? He chuckles as he puts his hand behind his head and relaxes. Seeing that familiar action, Alpha cannot help feeling a tinge of nostalgia. She still remembers how Shun was severely reprimanded during a military inspection for not standing up straight. Those things around your neck. Are those our name tags? The coding. The team's insignia on the back has worn away. Sentimental? No. This was just to remind me never to forget what happened. Shun was unfazed despite the hateful tone in her words and kept his good humor. Oh, really? Sounds like sentimentality to me. By the way, can I have a look at my old tag? I'm feeling a little sentimental. He chuckles as he removes his current name tag and walks toward Alpha as if to make an exchange. You're getting close. Aren't you afraid of getting infected? Don't be a stranger now, it's just for a bit. Merle, you want to see it too, don't you? Yeah. The two approached Alpha with complete trust, reaching out to take their name tags from her extended hand. But it was then that Alpha fell into a despicable trap. The joy in reuniting with her comrades was merely an illusion. Recalling is but false hope implanted to convince troops to keep advancing bravely. But just like a stone thrown into a deep lake, there has not been any sign from the other side. The two teammates standing before her was merely an AI hologram recording, a program that has existed since the Golden Age, when people used it to remember those who passed on. As the illusions fell to pieces, so too did Alpha's euphoria, and all that was eventually left was the multiple force fields binding her. Is it really okay to do this? Everyone said that these guys are basically corrupted, that possess some level of intelligence, so there's no need for us to sympathize with them. I honestly felt the director's plan was foolish when he first came up with that. How can a corrupted be sentimental? If someone just leaves me using my dead friends, I'd... Excuse me. Oh, definitely. take your bleeding hearts and stuff them somewhere else. When did you get here? These monsters are our enemies, just like the corrupt and the punching virus. Whether they have feelings or not doesn't matter. In order to survive, we must continue our research with these methods. If we are to live to see the next daylight, sacrifices are unavoidable. Instead of sympathizing with the enemy, why don't you have a look at your material reserves for next month? Sorry, Director Kaplan. Continue your work. It's too late to back now. Okay. Into thin air. Opening her eyes after the brief memory, Alpha clenches her left fist. How many of my memories do you see in my mind, Lucia? The mission from Asnat, or the pitiful wish of those wishing to ascend but reaching a dead end? Or could it even be those despicable traps by the humans? More than likely, she had only caught a few scattered fragments in a hurry. Besides that incident, which Lucia will surely recall, Alpha has other countless memories of nights when she was fed up with the senseless sacrifices. But the killing did not stop at the living. Even the memories for those that have passed on, the hints of warmth they left behind were brutally destroyed. That is the only thing she cannot forgive. That was when it started, wasn't it? Suddenly, Alpha hears a noise in her head. She shakes her head. You were gradually robbed of everything you had and ended up with nothing. But it was because of this that the Ascendants began their subsequent operations. Heading to Kowloon to steal Huashu was the top of the main culprit hiding in Eden's shadow. Although they each had their own reason for doing so, the crackling noise echoes in her hearing module. As Luna said, the noise serves as a catalyst, constantly stirring up thoughts buried deep in the mind and amplifying ill will. Alpha knows that strong emotions are the basis of an Ascendant. Only with them can one obtain the energy of the Ascension Network. Be the newest agent, and gain the strength to keep advancing. I don't need it. Alpha is not fully sure why she received the invitation from the Ascension Network. It could be due to a factor she possesses or a combination of conditions, but whatever it is, it does not matter to her, because she would reject it anyway. You don't have anything left, no family, no comrades. How will you take on so many enemies by yourself? How will you save Luna? Alpha does not respond. She ignores the agitating noise and makes for an area she has not searched. Even if it were swarming with enemies, and there was not much hope, she would still continue searching. Suddenly, a transport craft with the Babylonian insignia lands a distance away. The hatch opens and a person walks out. Such concentration of punishing virus. An Ascendant? No. He isn't connected to Asnat. Why did he come here alone? Once the transport craft departs, Alpha follows him, suspicious. She sees him approaching his comrades. Are they here for the remnants of the Red Tide, or to search for Luna? She dodged into the ruins to the side in order to continue observing the four. Who was that? Was someone running behind us? Kambu looks back, but the barren land is devoid of life. Let's go check it out. That figure ran off to the west, right in the direction of our target. We also need to check for any signs of the Red Tide. Leave it to me. The terrain here is too difficult to differentiate, Kambu. We can split up after we reach our goal. Okay. Those not the Grey Ravens. From the shadows, Alpha watches the four from a distance and sees them holding a detector. It seems they are looking for something in this barren land. Hey, they found the remnants of the Red Tide below. The sewers below used to be abandoned before they were taken over by the Red Tide. There was a simple reason for their abandonment. Underground City 75 was spread out, and the sewers fell into disrepair a long time ago, causing collapses every now and then. Many places like this, where people do not usually visit, exit in Underground City 74. But to find Luna, Alpha has decided to search every nook and cranny. When Longinus descends, Alpha has just concluded her investigation of the surface. With her newly obtained clues, she returns underground to commence her search. Was it? To recommence her search. Sorry. Hang on. Just rubbing my eyes. I don't know why I'm feeling so drowsy all of a sudden. Jesus. Oh. That's why I don't seem. That's why I'm not really all that enthusiastic or energetic right now as opposed to like yesterday. Sorry. I'm trying to stay awake. A violent shaking comes from the surface, and the intense heat can even be felt from the walls below. Although Alpha, who is trailing the task force, has anticipated what will happen, she cannot help grimacing when the tremors and searing heat hit. Just as she plans to continue trailing them, she hears the sound of waves in the distance. Man, I'm fumbling a lot with my words here. Jeez. Looks like the humans didn't manage to completely get rid of the red tide. She listens carefully for the direction of the gushing red tide, realizes that it only lasted a moment before being drowned out by the shaking earth. The amount of red tide has decreased and is coming from... Figuring out that the sound is coming from unknown areas, Alpha quickly chases after it. Just as she is about to arrive at the spot, she finds the way forward blocked by a thick stone wall. Oh, does it interest you? I've told you before that the only thing behind this wall is the abandoned sewers that might collapse at any moment. No different from an agent who has lost their strength. Ignoring the noise in her mind, Alpha conducts a quick search and finds a control panel to a secret door in the corner. This area was recently submerged by the red tide. It shouldn't have been discovered by the humans. If the red tide has escaped to this place, it is likely that the agent and Gabriel are also here. Who knows? Perhaps there might also be ascendants under his command. No matter how strong you are, you have no chance of taking on so many opponents at once. If Vonica and Gabriel are in there, Luna might be there too. Besides, unless there is a definite chance of victory, I'll avoid any battles with them. The clamoring noise falls silent once more. Alpha pushes open the narrow secret door without hesitation. Excuse me, and squeezes sideways into the sewers. The red tide pulls together on the uneven ground and is now a watery liquid, a far cry from its previously viscous state. Even so, there is enough here to reach Alpha's ankles. As I thought. Alpha continues her exploration in silence, and she is soon met with hetero creatures she has never seen. Are these Gabriel's creations? Do you know Mr. Gabriel? A young girl she has never seen appears in the shadows, asking Alpha with a soft voice. Her breathing is weak, and she is one with the hetero creature around her. Alpha has not even sensed her presence. Is he here? Yes, it seems you are the person he mentioned. The girl does not seem to hide any ill will toward her. Who are you? I'm Mr. Vonica's subordinate. My name is Cinderella. An unsurprising answer. Alpha walks toward the girl in the shadows to see her face more clearly. Do you wish to destroy this place? No, I have no interest in senseless destruction. Thank you. She gave a slight bow to Alpha and greeted. But we can't let the humans learn of this place yet. I trust you. You're an ascendant. I won't stand in your way. What? But when you leave, I'll seal the exit. 2. This is the task Mr. Vonica has given me. I'll not leave any entrances or exits open unless there are extraordinary circumstances. I beg your understanding. As you wish. If you're here, does that mean the agent is here too? No, Mr. Vonica only comes here when necessary. Alpha praises the girl in front of her, trying to figure out her expression if she's lying. Excuse me. But the girl's face remains unchanging, and she could well be an answering machine. She does not reveal any additional information. However, there seems to be an ember of insanity burning in the depths of her amber eyes, but it is hidden by a veneer of politeness, making it difficult to see. Based on her experience, Alpha sees that there are similarities between this girl and Gabriel, but within the similarity are some essential differences. What do you do here? Study. Cinderella is not lying. Neither she has changed the topic. Instead, she has chosen to tell a half-truth. She looks like she's the more troublesome type. She does not ask any more questions. She passes Cinderella, preparing to head into the darkness. Where are you going? To find someone. There are so many places you cannot go. There are some places you cannot go. If I insist. And Cinderella looks at Alpha without responding, but the answer has been made clear in the silence. The goal now is to look for Luna. You better avoid unnecessary battles and find clues from places she can go. But judging by her... Hang on, let me reread that. Okay. But judging by her observation of Cinderella's ability, she would not have been a tough opponent. How about forcing my way through and continuing to investigate the forbidden area? Just as she was contemplating this, a figure leisurely sauntered over. Vonnegut? It's her. The noise recognizes the figure and speaks calmly, as if the approaching figure was insignificant. Alpha turns around to see a female slowly turning the corner. She keeps looking around her. Hello. She sees Alpha in front of her and cheerfully greets her. In her hand is an unidentifiable iris. Unidentifiable iris. Excuse me. Although Alpha does not sense any danger coming from her, she is still wary of the stranger. I was careless and got lost. Do you know where the exit is? Who are you? What are you doing here? I was curious and suddenly saw a narrow secret door over there. Seeing that Alpha does not respond, she turns to look curiously at Cinderella standing in the corner. Did I interrupt your conversation? Seeing that Alpha does not respond, she tilts her head to look at Cinderella standing in the corner. The mundanity and normalcy of the words have left Alpha unable to answer. She glances at Cinderella, who also does not seem to understand what's going on. Looks like you're not one of Vonnegut's ascendants. And that's right. I'm like him, an agent called here by the glad tidings. But it seems he's taking care of everything here. There's nothing that requires my help. Agent. What is your name? Name? That's not important. That's not an important piece of information. She lowers her eyes and tucks the loose strands of her hair behind her ears with her delicate fingers, smiling innocently. People have given me many names, but the most common one is the merciful one. If you require a name to call me by, you may call me that. If neither of you knows where the exit is, I'll continue with my research. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. She waves at the two while holding the iris and saunters off. There's another agent here, so if I attack Cinderella, it may attract your attention. I have created priorities, so it's better to be cautious. Alpha does not stay any longer. He turns around and disappears down the sewers without looking back. Alpha looks up from the flashback to see the squad having fun in the distance. How carefree of them. Absent-mindedly, she recalls the memory fragments she saw in her mind memories from the other her. Constructs have the commandant's full respect, and the Great Ravens are no longer just weapons of battle. In fact, there's even a sense of camaraderie between them. If humans had aspired to peace and compassion like the Great Raven and the squad before her, perhaps this catastrophe would not have happened in the first place. But those are purely hypothetical ideals. And in reality, the constructs are struck in a quagmire and are forced to swallow the mud they're trucking on. Before they could even consider issues like equality and oppression, they've had to first survive. Those who pass the filtering will understand that should a day come when the punching virus is no longer a threat, the only beings left in this world will be constructs. But the humans who are still flesh and blood, with their peace-seated prejudice, aren't able to even pass the preliminary filtering process by the punching virus. As I no one has ever mentioned, one of the sources of human evil Arrogance. Alpha tightens her grip on her katana hilt and tries to shut off the company of noises that emerges successfully in her mind. Suddenly, Chrome receives an anonymous encrypted message on his terminal. Any news on Luna? Who'd send a message like that? Chrome explains the metadata for any possible clues, but has been scrubbed clean. There's no way to trace the sender. Our top priority is to find the red tide. There's no time to waste. God, I am struggling right now with reading today. I keep messing up. Hang on. Let me be right back. I'm going to like splash some water on my face. Maybe that'll help me. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Hopefully splashing myself with cold water is gonna help, even just a bit. We may not be able to trace it, but I'm sure you have a pretty good idea who sent it. Chrome furrows his eyebrows, thinking about the current state of Uzabeni. Although he has speculated that it might be someone who is looking for Luna, it would be foolish to probe for information this way. I think it's someone who is worried about Grey Raven. Grey Raven. Alpha furrows her brows when she hears that name. Are you worried about them? They're fairly perfect candidates for Asnet. Even though they've foiled your plans so many times, I've stood in their way loads of times too. There's no need for resentment when opposing sides are in conflict, because they aren't set in stone. Grey Raven? What happened to them? I heard something from my father before we left. Uzabeni not only violated military orders, but is also facing accusations of harboring an ascendant. Harboring an ascendant? How's that possible? Looks like that commandant is quite similar to a certain somebody, unable to resist the temptation of power. Choosing to connect to an agent is a death sentence. You seem to have forgotten that Uzabeni was even able to withstand the corruption of Huashu's mind. Of course, the commandant would be able to withstand the issues that come with connecting to an agent. Does that mean the commandant's confined treatment is just an excuse? You know about that. No wonder you haven't gotten much sleep recently. I just wanted to help treat Uzabeni. After all, I still owe the commandant. but it didn't take me long. It didn't take me long to realize it wasn't that simple. Grey Raven still doesn't know the whole story. If they did, they would rather have their memories checked than let Uzabeni be charged. Therein lies the problem. Lucia, being closest to Uzabeni then, also lost consciousness toward the end. So there isn't any proof to exonerate Uzabeni. Unless someone can find the target's whereabouts, they're going to be monitored indefinitely and prohibited from performing missions. Besides Uzabeni, who else would know about Luna's whereabouts? At least this means Luna is in Babylonia. That reminds me, Asen looked like he had something weighing on his mind this morning. There have been some other oddities as well. Seeing that Kamui wants to question Wanshi, Chrome sticks out his hand to end the conversation. This is not the place for chit-chat. Our top priority is the mission. Save it for when we're back in Babylonia. Roger. Grey Raven. So that's why they weren't on this mission. If Uzabeni knows what happened to Luna, Babylonia is using monitoring as a cover to protect the Commandant. If not, are you choosing to trust humans? Alpha is silent for a moment. I just don't want to ignore a possibility. If Uzabeni really doesn't know what happened to Luna and this was planned by the humans, a Commandant who can connect to agents will only endanger Ascendants and agents. As long as Uzabeni, Lucia, and the Grey Ravens are loyal to Babylonia, Luna won't be safe from their future plans. But when you questioned Lucia in the mind, didn't you hold on to a faint hope that she could provide another possible path for Luna? Hope. Those words were just a reminder not to be so naive. Whether or not she's ever thought about this is not an issue. She will never allow Luna to coexist. But you believe she will save Luna. Because I know myself, and I'd never stand on the sidelines, even if I didn't remember Luna. At the very least, I'd try to make contact once. Besides, Grey Raven's mission was to destroy the polyphage. If they hadn't pulled Luna out, they wouldn't have been able to complete their mission. The Strikehawk squad started talking again, and the noise fell silent once more. Looks like those carefree fellas have found the right passage. We want to help them. There are places in the sewers I've never been to. I could wait for them to draw Cinderella and Vonnegutt's attention and sneak in. Besides, if they return alive, Babylonia will know what's happening here. Babylonia will then turn their attention to him, making it more convenient for me to take action. Alpha dashes into the pervasive smoke, and her last sentence is lost in the wind. Lucia, no matter what choice Uzabeni makes or what the Commandant has to face, you'll be pushed and shoved until you're standing on the starting point. Geez, 4 no's of straight dialogue. Read again. Alpha leaves into the fumes, and those in the distance also notice some movement. Alpha quickly darts into the sewers to avoid any contact with them. Based on my last exploration, one end of this tunnel leads to Cinderella in the cultivation pod, while the other has a pit that drops to the lower level. She raises her katana and dashes in the direction of the pit, but comes upon a sturdy lock. How annoying. Alpha slashes with her weapon, and a crack just large enough for one person appears. Give me a hand. She grabs the fish-shaped hetero creatures floating around her, and leaves into the narrow passage below. They're pretty useful after all. She lets go, and the 2 fish-shaped hetero creatures slowly make their way into the passage, but get stuck in the crack because they're trying to get out at the same time, thrashing their tails. Now, there are 2 places I haven't searched yet. Alpha walks briskly toward her target. Is this? In front of her is a medium-sized reservoir. The red tide surges within, forming a large vortex. At the center is a mechanical apparatus, pumping the red tide through the sewer pipes like a heart. Is this the transport core of the red tide? As to where it is being transported to, Alpha has a rough idea. It's being sent there. While exploring the sewers, she found a strange room filled with plants. Poking around the room, Alpha noticed that there was a passage hidden under a red tree. She wanted to head down for a look, but Cinderella's sudden appearance threw a wrench in her plans. Although she's not sure, she has scoured almost the entirety of the area, with only the hidden room remaining unexplored. Looks like that's the most suspicious place. But I'd better do a thorough search of this place before leaving. Alpha frowns, looking for a safe area from which to dive into the red tide vortex. Oh. Alpha hears a familiar voice from behind and turns around, trying to make out the shadowy figure blending into the darkness. Roland? Alpha cautiously walks toward the darkness to confirm his suspicion. Don't come any closer. His voice trembles slightly, and his voice module shows traces of damage. I look horrible right now. Don't want to startle my audience, you know. What are you doing here? What else? I'm here for the same purpose as you. You're also looking for Luna. That's right. To tell you the truth, I just came from below. No luck either, huh? I've searched every nook and cranny, but other than some hazardous items, there's nothing else down there. It seems that Luna is not here, but whether this is good or bad news is hard to say. The two fell silent amidst the sound of running water in the background. You're still alive. Does that mean you've dealt with Gabriel's backup? Of course. Did you see Luna? Unfortunately, it took everything I had to defeat her. Don't give me that look. You and Luna had trouble dealing with it. Roland laughs awkwardly with his damaged voice module. Even if Luna found it hard, how could you possibly handle it? Roland, I used to suspect that you've been hiding your true strength. Even while I was in the mine, I suspected that. Why were you able to hold off the Grey Ravens? You don't have to be on guard against me. It's only because I've grown. I'm no longer the same as before. I've been hiding my true strength, but it's Babylonia I'm hiding it from. If I showed my true power from the very beginning, that would have changed the tactics they used against me, no? The reason I was able to deal with someone that even Luna had trouble dealing with is easy. I watched her grow up. I'm familiar with her battle tactics. Gabriel was proud of the sisters he trained, because they were able to replicate the enemy's attack. But a replica is only an imitation after all, and she wasn't able to differentiate a good move from a bad one. During the Golden Age, there was a joke about how to prevent kitties from learning to open the door. The reason I was able to defeat her was easy. It was just as what the joke implied. Using meaningless battle tactics to mislead the opponent. No, it's a little more cunning than that. And for that, I have to thank you. I prepared a disguise in advance to mislead her into thinking that the wounds you gave me were self-inflicted during battle to strengthen myself. She was skeptical at first, but when I cut off my left arm, she finally started to imitate my behavior. Most people have a hard time defeating a learning machine, especially one that can quickly surpass the original. Well, unless she has a terrible teacher like me, that is. Roland's voice is almost drowned out by the churning of the red tide. He gives a dry laugh and pauses for a bit, as if his stamina could no longer support the chit-chat and laughter like before. As for the connection between you and Lucy and the mind, or that battle between the Grey Ravens and me, it wasn't actually a real battle. After our talk, I temporarily retreated and prepared a little gift to delay them and stood on the sidelines, waiting. I had planned to use it to delay you, but at least it came in handy. Where will you go next? Please allow me to keep that to myself for now. Oh, fine then. She turns around, her back to the shadow standing behind the machine, and starts to walk out. Hold on. Alpha stops, but does not turn back. If Luna's disappearance is related to Lucia after all, will you keep on searching for her? Luna has always yearned for Roland. I know what you want to say. Even if Luna wavers in her responsibility to Asna and loses sight of what she wants, I'll still know what it is that she wishes for. I've never brought it up because this wish will never come true. We are ascendants, and we can't place our hopes in Babylonia, nor can we count on Lucia and her commandant, who we know nothing about. Unless the Grey Ravens have changed their position. I know what happened in the Arctic was the last straw for her. But to get to that goal, we need time to prepare. Roland seems to have murmured something from behind the machine, but his words were swallowed up by the whirling vortex. This base has been destroyed, and there is still a team from Babylonia on the upper level. They should have encountered the other agent by now. It is now up to him to settle the score for the accumulated conflicts with the humans. I'll also be able to get out of this mess and continue my search for Luna. In any case, the heap of problems that was piling up collapsed during this battle. When the remaining issues have been resolved, I shall take Luna away to fulfill her true desire. Although you have learned things you shouldn't have, we still have a chance to fix this because of you. Is this your way of saying thank you? Take it as you will. How heartless. I have searched through the sewers. Are you still planning to look for Luna here? I have some unfinished business. In that case, good luck. Hasta luego. Hasta luego. Crossing paths. You get to play as her. Bidding Roland farewell, Alpha returns to the upper level to where she came in from. Walking in the direction she guesses she headed in, she steps into a wrecked greenhouse. It wasn't just Cinderella they encountered. She looks around, and judging by the indicators, a destructive brawl must have taken place here. This could not have been the work of that petite girl. Her assessment stems not from her understanding of Cinderella's battle style, but her character. There's no way the girl would have allowed the secrets hidden here to be destroyed in a battle. Looks like they're no longer here. Stepping over the debris covering the ground, Alpha prepares to leave the greenhouse when she feels a menacing aura from behind. She stops and grips the hilt of her katana, indicating that the person shouldn't show themselves. Good observation. Vonnegut. It's been a while. It's only been a few days. You've been lingering around here for quite some time. Is there something you can't let go of? If it's because of Luna, I can promise you she's not here. But if it's Gabriel you're after, I have no interest in a piece of trash who needs to depend on Asnet. Oh. Hearing this, his interest peaks, and he praises Alpha, who stands before him. He quickly finds what he's looking for and nods in satisfaction. Looks like you've received an invitation from Asnet. You're not going to accept it. Becoming an agent will grant you the blessings of Asnet, which will make your road ahead a lot smoother. It's not just blessings. Asnet also gets you into deep trouble. If you're that afraid of trouble, why not just drop everything and disconnect from Asnet? You of all people should know that once you connect to Asnet, there's no way to disconnect on your own. But I heard you've received some interesting data. If you're referring to the things Shomi left behind, it's incomplete. What a shame. I suggested that in the hopes that you would be able to use it to stay out of trouble. All I need is to stay away from additional trouble. My link to Asna is also my link to Luna. So long as I'm an ascendant, I'll know she's still alive and safe somewhere. What a solid bond. To think that kinship can obstruct progress to such an extent. Since you're all set on finding Luna, why did you stay and let those Babylonian rats in? I ask when you already know the answer to that. And I was hoping you'd give me a different answer. With a mocking expression, he walks toward the other end of the greenhouse. More feed is required to grow the red tide. I'll take this as a token of your kindness. Oh, yes. And while you may have no interest in Gabriel, the reverse isn't true. I've already repaired his frame. He's left his knowledge of the red tide breeding to Cinderella. Do you want to end your conflict once and for all here? Alpha surveys the old haunt she is about to say goodbye to while waiting for Gabriel to arrive. In this familiar environment, her thoughts take her back to her past. The military position has been destroyed, but their plan is still in motion. This proves that their real base is hidden somewhere else. I found an underground laboratory in the Arctic, but the research there has nothing to do with the Ascendants. It's at most an accumulation of past research. I'm quite interested in Amberia. Can I have her? Go ahead. And see if there are any clues we missed while you're at it. No, as long as those people are safe and high above in paradise, they will continue to send their pawns down. No matter how many times their base is destroyed, their plan will never cease. Rather than continue investigating, perhaps we should take down the root cause, Babylonia. The girl looks down at the people below her seat, her usually peaceful gaze now burning with fury. Her rage throbs within the mind, hiding the traces of pain. Not only will this solve a long-standing problem, we'll also get more candidates for the filtering. After all, most of the seeds are in Babylonia. What follows this decision is a bloody battle. On the night that Huashu is taken from Kowloon, Alpha finds Luna alone in the ruins. Why did you have me let Lucia go? She is powerless and will only be used by others again. Why not just let me kill her right there and then? If they use the data taken from me to improve Lucia's frame, the odds against us would be greater. I told you the reason. But there's a part you haven't mentioned. I could say the same of you. When I wanted to make her an ascendant, you made the same face. It's for one reason alone that I stopped you from killing her. I don't want to see you regret it. What did you say? Maybe you haven't realized it yourself, sister, but you do hold a little, just a little bit of anticipation. Anticipation. Perhaps you'd like to see how far your other self, who's remained resolute in her path, can go. Taking the road you've never taken on your behalf. The girl floats above the barren land, gazing up at the sky high above with a slightly bitter smile on her face. That's why you didn't want to see her turned into an ascendant. But should she learn the truth one day and undergo the filtering, what will you do, sister? Contemplating the question Luna left her, Alpha's attention is diverted by Gabriel's footsteps in the distance. The two silently face each other, unsheath their weapons, and tighten their grip. Let's end it here, Gabriel. Vorgot has bestowed me with new strength, Alpha. I've surpassed my previous limits. If you are willing to serve the Ascension Network again, I'll consider letting you leave for old time's sake. But Alpha sneers at Gabriel's attempt to persuade her. Is rambling a side effect of this power you speak of? Since you're not in the mood to negotiate, show me what you've got. Alright, let's fight Gabriel. Nope. Damn it. Oh boy. Let me show you the power he gave me. Okay, I got a camera, dude. There we go. Camera work in this game is so weird. Oh shit. Of course he runs away. Yeah, the camera during gameplay is so weird. Because I set it to where apparently there was a setting where if I hit it, the camera would move around based on my mouse movement rather than the screen acting like a touchscreen, if that makes any sense when I describe it. But whenever I do that and I lock onto the enemy, the in-game camera doesn't actually follow the enemy at all. So I really have to control everything with my mouse. I really have to control the camera with my mouse. So I have to like change the camera setting. It's hard to explain it. Like, hang on. Let me see if I can find that setting. Yeah, switch camera mode. It's this. Going through the camera mode for it is weird. It's just really, really weird. I think what I have to do is sort out my lock-on setting instead. I have to do manual lock? Maybe manual lock? Okay, back at it again. And look at that, halfway progress already, huh? Gabriel, you're not escaping this time. Keeps running and running and running. Excuse me. Sorry if you heard me burp. I knew you were here. Gabriel is making his way forward through the dark sewers, heavily injured. You rely too much on Asnet and have forgotten the most important aspect of combat. She splashes through the tunnel, heading toward him. You may be strong, but it all counts for nothing if you can't hit your target. And now, you're heading back to that agent to beg for his help. Alva draws her katana and a cold glint dances along the length of the blade, reflecting the glistening light. I won't let you escape again. How foolish. With some difficulty, Gabriel uses his cane to prop himself up. Humans and their despicable behavior have always been the bane of our existence. If we do not turn to the great power of the Ascension Network, how would the world be saved? The purpose of the filtering is to allow qualified seeds to live on, but you devoured them to steal their power for yourself. She does not wait for a response and flashes over to Gabriel and brings her blade down on his cane, sending sparks flying that reflect in Alpha's eyes like angry embers. Alpha, I thought that you of all people would understand the value of the polyphage. Gabriel draws the punching virus in the red tide below them into his hand, instantly boosting his strength. But before his cane can break Alpha's katana, she hurriedly retreats out of range. Only with absolute power can we eradicate the humans and protect ourselves against their despicable actions. Alpha grips the hilt of her katana with both hands and thrusts at Gabriel at lightning speed. Just as Gabriel is about to retaliate, she abruptly changes her position and drives her blade sideways into the back of his shoulder. Arg! Arg! He's a pirate. The blade has damaged the body he is so proud of, but no liquid flows from the metal. Gabriel staggers and swings his cane in Alpha's direction with his working arm. Their weapons clash again, and Gabriel's first 3 quick strikes are blocked by the katana. Just before Gabriel could deliver his final pulverizing swing, however, Alpha flashes out of range. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened in the Arctic? Only those with sufficient power have the right to forge the world of tomorrow. But there is absolutely nothing in your world tomorrow. Alpha responds as she stabs at Gabriel's chest from the right. He quickly flies up, avoiding the attack, though the low ceiling limits his movement. The main reason Luna wants to move the filtering forward is because she believes it's the only way to preserve the lives of at least some people. When the filtering's complete, the weak will be corrupted by the punishing virus, while the Ascendants will bring a new beginning to the world. Although I have no interest in the filtering or in Asnet, I support the future she's chosen. And you? You're just a lunatic who claims to serve Asnet and the filtering, but really just wants to consolidate power for himself. How are you any different from the humans? She sheaths her katana and strides toward Gabriel, concentrating all her energy into the tip of the blade. If we get more power from the Ascension Network, the humans will have no choice but to surrender. To reach this goal, any sacrifice is worth it. A despot with an insatiable craving for power has but one end, to be torn apart by those under your thumb. I'll say this again. The road you've chosen has but one ending. Absolutely nothing. It seems we can't come to a consensus. Well then, give me everything you've got. Just as how I loathe your ridiculous feelings, you too wish to deny my ideals and aspirations. Red circuits course through Gabriel's body, turning his wings blood red. As he hovers, each flap of his wings causes the unstable walls around them to tremble. I stake everything on my burning ambition. The red light bursts outward, causing the surrounding walls to collapse in the smoke and harsh light. It is difficult to dodge a devastating move in the confines of a narrow space, so there is only one possible ending. Gabriel looks down at the dust and smoke, thinking of what someone told him. I'll prove with my actions that you were wrong. Just as he is turning around to leave, a multitude of shimmering blade-like beams bursts forth from where Gabriel's attacks were concentrated, shooting toward the gloating angel high above. The beams tear through him, sending him plummeting. Once the dust settles, Alpha finds Gabriel's remains among the destroyed walls. His mechanical parts lie beneath the pale white light, the energy not yet dissipated causing them to twitch among the rubble. The word immortality that was carved on his body was torn apart by the blade beam, whispering its master's unfinished ambition. Those memories of the past buried deep and never talked about. Those long-held aspirations, prejudice, and unspoken feelings have all died together with the unknown origins of his name. The remnants of what was once an angel struggles in his death throes, forcing his last hoarse words through the damaged voice module. Not long before filtering. Soon born. But he has not even finished his last words before using up his last bit of energy and returns to a deathly stillness. Alpha does not say anything and leaves for her next destination. Her silvery hair flutters in the wind, revealing the team insignia that is usually obscured by her long hair and rarely noticed. If the filtering that Aslan has implemented is meant to be accompanied by blood and battle, the path Gabriel has chosen ultimately led to his funeral. Did he fall victim to his own beliefs on a path he chose? Farewell, you crazy martyr. A breeze wafts through the sewers, lifting the hem of Alpha's outfit as the darkness gradually envelops her figure. While no one may know from whence the wind blows or where it is headed, there will always be traces of what existed here. After Alpha has disappeared into the distance, a golden-eyed girl quietly hugs the head that once stored Gabriel's memory. Dang. Gabriel is dead? Question mark? Cinderella came in. Clutched his head. Oh, that was the remains from earlier then, during the normal side of chapter 14. When we were about to fight Mother. Oh. Got to fight. Oh, go to fight. That is the information Alpha coerced out of the hiding mermaid by pressing her katana against her throat, the night before the final plan was to be executed. At the same time, Luna learns the location of the experimental ultra-high energy antenna cluster. Lamia, returning from the Arctic, shares the same fact Washu did. The Project Winter. This name again. Yes, everything related to the plan has been transferred to the depths of the laboratory. It's exactly how you said it would be, Washu. The Project Winter is the reason the antenna cluster is in the laboratory. She transfers the nameless she has just received to Washu. So, with this new clue from Lamia, can you give me some information? Checking related records. Complete. The relevant personnel record has been found. A search has returned the target's activity records. Cut to the chase. The information is consistent with the individual named Lamia. Kaplan remains active and is organizing the transfer of items to the underground laboratory. Based on the contents of the seized message from the target, it is presumed that they are seeking information on other deceased individuals from an encrypted address in Babylonia. These include your previously searched queries of Rond and Anne, as well as Ravenge and Hito. Lamia, don't tell anyone about this. Are you going alone? Yes, let them think I went to pick something up. Forgive me for saying this, but they will get suspicious. In that case, let them stay there with their questions. Why do you have to go alone? I don't want to create new problems. You still have a lot of plans for that area, don't you? Besides, there's no need for my sister to know what comes after the plan. She lowers her head, ruminating the consequences keeping it from Alpha will bring. Given her way of doing things, she won't let me go to the Arctic alone either, will she? In that case, let her intercept the forest guards. After the battle at Kowloon, she definitely has questions for Rosetta. You seem irritated. If it's stupid things as always, you wouldn't be making that expression. Does it have anything to do with what Washu's showed you? Sister. Yes. The Institute brought back some memories from my past. Alpha remained silent for a moment. Obviously, she knows what Luna meant by her past. That underground laboratory is used to imprison Amberia. It is an expression of their desire and arrogance, just like the military posts. But, unlike the military posts, this debt is owed by the Arctic Route Union. When Amberia fell into a deep slumber, the area should have gone to the forest guards. The Ascendants need not have intervened. And that military post was destroyed through a combined effort when Alpha broke free. With Lamia's intervention, the plan against the Ascendants was no longer feasible, and the parties ceased their cooperation. At least, that was what was assumed to have happened then. It's now in ruins. I understand why you feel this way, but that wasn't the smartest course of action. You don't need to worry about me, sister. No one can shake the power of Ascent. Not as one person, not as a group. I wouldn't state the obvious. Destroying that institute can't change the past. It will only affect your mood. Do you want to do something for them? I only did what I wanted to do. Luna hovers next to her sister and gazes off at the ruins in the distance. I'm not interested in seeking justice for those sinners. I'm only interested in uprooting the disgusting things that I hate. No matter if my actions benefit others, they will never thank me. But I've never sought humanity's gratitude. I only do what I want to do, and that's all I'll ever do. She smiles fleetingly. Disgusting things. Alpha only knows what exactly was going on when she gets the news from Lamia. I always seem to make inferences based on how you used to think as a child. That's me being arrogant. Alpha opens her eyes, deciding to do a sweep of the greenhouse just to be sure before leaving. Since the emergence of the noise, she is often pulled into her memories. The voices seem to be trying to evoke a certain emotion by blazing through her mind. Just as she is about to head to the greenhouse, she sees Cinderella walking over, hugging the remnants of a familiar mechanoid. That's Gabriel's. A question popped into Alpha's head. That girl has the ability to create hetero creatures. Can she use that to revive Gabriel? No, that's impossible. Even if she forges a new body for him, there is no way Gabriel will return as good as new. So why is Cinderella recycling his head? Multiple possibilities flashed through Alpha's head, but none was plausible. In order to quell the unease she is feeling, Alpha follows Cinderella. Stop her! Just as Cinderella starts singing, Alpha hears a familiar voice on the other side of the door. It's that Commandant. The Grey Ravens are here too. The Grey Ravens aren't currently the main target, so Alpha sees no need to clash with them. Instead, she flattens herself against the wall and hides a distance away in the shadows. Well, now you have the chance to ask and find out if the Commandant knows what happened to Luna. While pondering the noise's suggestion, the surrounding area starts to shake violently, and rocks are even falling from the ceiling. An earthquake? No, it looks like that shaking is coming from the greenhouse. Could it be Cinderella? She gazes in the direction of the greenhouse, remembering the behemoth sleeping above. Upon sensing its presence, Alpha's mind receives an encrypted message from Asnach. It is like a whisper in her ear, speaking a language that only she understands and making clear the future it will bring. If it killed the Grey Ravens, things would go back to what they were before. She wants to stop them, but she senses they might be stronger than she gives them credit for. While watching, she notices a dark figure emerging. Vonnegut. He seems to notice something. Before stepping into the greenhouse, he looks back at where Alpha is hiding. A brief moment of silence passes, and Alpha steps out of the shadows and heads toward the greenhouse. You wish to help them. I need those who know the truth to survive. Which truth? Whether it's about Vonnegut or a frame, it'll all be in my favor. The former will result in the human spear being pointed somewhere else, while the latter will rattle the Grey Ravens. What do you expect them to do? I need a seed that can break this deadlock. There needs to be uncertainty in the world for it to be interesting. Isn't that so? Alpha follows the footsteps of the group and comes upon a wide platform outside. Vonnegut's unique, oppressive voice booms from the platform. Welcome. Everyone is probably worried about what my next step will be, right? To be honest, my purpose has been clear all along, and that's to advance the filtering. Hello, Ro. As such, I always welcome new blood. But even if I issue an invitation now, there will only be one answer. I'd love to tell you all about our aspirations and ideals so that you can understand the importance of Asnach and the filtering. But when you are in a group, it's easy to buy into the illusion that you have a fighting chance. No matter what I say at this moment, you won't listen. So, Vonnegut raises his index finger and thumb like a gun and takes aim at the group. Bang. As he makes that sound, rays of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, fire from behind the group. His control over Asna's power is very precise. Witnessing such an unexpected attack, Alpha refrains from getting involved for now and observes Vonnegut's battle style. Commandant! Lucia senses a ray behind her but does not try to dodge it. Instead, she rushes towards you while blocking the attacks aimed at the others with her katana. She's still so naive, but her senses have sharpened. You may have remained unscathed under Lucia's protection, but she is not fast enough to block the final strike. Lucia! She staggers back, clutching her wound. Red vital fluid leaks from her right shoulder. The wound is deep, although the internal structure is undamaged. She raises her head and looks around. Besides herself, everyone else has more or less taken some damage from this unexpected attack. Wanshi, I'll leave it to you. The construct you call Wanshi hurries over to Lucia's side. It's okay, I can still fight. Do you want to turn off the pain module? There's no need to risk mind deviation with only this level of pain. You can try all you want, but I still have lots of tricks up my sleeve. I can keep this up until you decide to obey me. Are you going to go back in your agreement with Chrome? No, but I only agreed not to kill you. I didn't promise anything else. Didn't the Commandant over there let 2 flies go as well? You mean Reyna and Percy? Vonnegut gives a non-committal smile. It doesn't matter. I have no use for the weak. I won't even waste my time on them. But as for you, although she can continue watching on the sidelines, given her style of doing things, she will be handing over tactical deployment to you. An ignorant human, no less. Alpha strides over to the group. Oh shit. Night gathers. Why are you helping? Lucia quietly asks Alpha while keeping her eye on the agent in front of her. I don't owe you any answers. Usabeni. Alpha looks over as if she has something to say. Do you know where Luna went after the polyphage was eradicated? I don't. Really? Alpha stares straight into your eyes as if trying to see if you're lying. The last thing you remember was brilliant light emanating from the polyphage's core, and the concentration of the punishing virus in the area suddenly skyrocketing. You are about to retreat with Lucia when the upper level collapses. When you wake up, virus levels have plummeted, and someone has removed whatever was holding you down. And Wanshi was gone. Tell her. After a brief moment of silence, she shifts her focus to Vonnegut. Oh, not going to talk anymore? Perhaps this human has more information to share. This piques my interest. Don't worry, I won't interrupt your conversation. Hearing this, Alpha snorts disdainfully. Whoops. As long as they're in the task force, they won't know the truth. But I've recovered my memory. And? What? Other than that memory, what else? Lucia falls silent. Alpha's words piques her curiosity, but she is hesitant on whether to keep on asking questions with the agent in front of her. But when facing an enemy one knows nothing about, rushing into combat is nothing short of a reckless act. To buy some time for Chrome in the greenhouse above, you try to drag it out. Other than that memory, what else? Lucia didn't tell you. What are you talking about? Looks like all you did was find your memories. You don't know what really happened then. What really happened? Were you ever curious about who told Ravenge that commandants could connect to ascendants? And which ascendant he connected to? Alpha deliberately enunciated every syllable of ascendant while keeping her eyes fixed on the agent before you. Was it his subordinate? Not so dumb after all. She hesitates slightly and decides to ask the question that has been bugging her. Have you heard of the Project Winter? How do you know? An investigation. Lucia is tight-lipped, offering nothing more than those two words. I don't really know much about it, only that it's research that relates to ascendants. Based on the intelligence I got, it might have started from the incident with Ravage. Any worsening of Usabeni's circumstances is likely to be connected to this plan. I say this because their men are looking for a commandant who could help them advance the plan. Alpha, why did you come to help? And why did you tell us this? Or tell me this? I hate it when people repeat the same mistakes, and I sure don't want to see myself doing so either. It's a very different way of thinking than before. My way of thinking's never changed. It's you who've changed. Don't you feel it, Lucia? You used to be completely ignorant, living blissfully in paradise, but now you're on this starting point. Most people present have no idea what starting point means, but Lucia frowns upon hearing these words. I don't want to see myself repeat the same mistakes. Should there come a day when you step into the abyss, don't do it because you were betrayed. If you're talking about what's happening to the Commandant, rest assured that I'll do everything in my power to stop it. That's just a single issue. Hatred doesn't build up overnight. Alpha falls silent for a moment. She thinks of what Luna told her. Lucia, I used to think of you only as a chess piece left over from a conspiracy, a piece of data that was previously deceived and had no reason to exist. That's why I've wanted to get rid of you since we met. But at the same time, you've shown me new possibilities. You are no longer as confused and weak as before. You're your own person, and even though you are very similar to me, I'll no longer see you as unwanted data. Show me how long you can struggle for. I will never walk the same path as you. Oh? Then do your best to flee from the clutches of the abyss before that day comes. And now, Alpha steps forward, grabbing the hilt of her katana at the same time as Lucia grabs hers. Together they point their blades at Vonnegut. Aren't you going to tell her about the Arctic incident? Some words are more believable if they come from the mouth of another. Makes sense. Bring it on, then. The battle, which is forced to take place, lasts 3 minutes. During this time, Vonnegut unleashes a never-ending barrage of unexpected attacks. Practically everyone has sustained injuries except Alpha, who is familiar with Vonnegut. For some reason or another, the agent seems to have avoided fatally injuring the team. Like a cat toying with its prey, he takes joy in relentlessly striking them. But even Alpha is not able to really hit Vonnegut, and all her attacks bounce off him. His defense is such a pain. Be a man and stop turtling. Combat involves defense as well. What right do you have to taunt me if you aren't even skilled enough to get close? And why are you always protecting that commandant in the middle? He takes leisurely steps in that direction. So that's it. You're like a crystal pyramid. You unleash their strength, causing them to quickly fade. That's not what the commandant does. Say what you like. I'm growing bored of this. He puts his hands behind his back, and a sardonic smile appears on his lips. The captain who changed his frame hasn't returned yet. Could he have been eaten by the hetero hive mother? So I believe in him. Arg. A ragged cry comes from the other side of the wall. Congrats. Looks like you put your faith in the right person after all. He slowly applauds them. I'll hold up my end of the bargain. You're free to leave. But there's something I have to do to erase any traces of vital information. A light in his clenched fist turns into grains of sand that slip through his fingers. When it falls onto the ground, the area's punishing virus concentration rises quickly along with the earthquake. This place is about to collapse. Retreat! The team covers each other while making for the exit. Get the commandant out of here. A bond can be a troublesome thing sometimes, can it not? He smiles as he raises his hand. and the surging, punishing virus binds those trying to protect you. Just as the team moves to respond to Vonnegut's attack, a huge stone slab falls from above. There is a small gap, but it blocks the fragile human body from moving. Commandant! His attacks home in on us. We can't go over or they'll hit Commandant. Divert the attacks. Good observation skills. But will that do you any good? A thunderous crack comes from above, and the walls start to collapse again. Commandant! Lucia leaps into the air, smashing one falling stone slab after another, while using the rocks to block the path of the lightning. Over here! Under Alpha's onslaught, cracks start to appear in Vonnegut's force field, but they quickly close up. Lucia swoops down to assist, and their successive attacks finally breach the impenetrable light screen by tearing it apart before it can be repaired. Interesting. How interesting it is to see you struggle. If you want to save that Commandant, come at me, all of you. You just want us to stay and continue fighting. If you're worried about the collapsing arena, I don't mind moving our battles somewhere safe. Then let's go. The fury in Kamui's voice gets everyone to evacuate the area. But just as Lucia is about to raise her katana once more, Vonnegut snaps his fingers at Alpha. But before we begin, I have to remove the outsider. Instantly, myriad noises inundate Alpha's mind. Look where you stand, Alpha. Is this forced deep diving? Be careful where you stand, Alpha. They were killed once more. You need to accept it. Like I said, I don't care. Text is going by so quick. So, like, see, the camera stays locked on and stuff. And this is me with the camera mode being. And then switching camera. Moves automatically according to the mouse. See, I'm locked on. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. For some reason, it would just unlock itself. See, I'm supposed to be locked on, but it's not. Do I have to hold down the button? Oh. Why is it just not working? Wait. Why is my button not working for this? See, it does that. I'm trying to make it so, like... See, it shows the lock-on icon, but it's not, like, diverting the... See, now it does it. Then I unlock. And then I'm locked on again, but it's not doing anything. See, it's not doing anything. Why? I have to, like, stand still for this. See, okay. I have to lift my... I can't move my mouse at all then. That's why it keeps doing that. That's so weird. I don't like that. That's so weird. That means auto lock would be better. I don't know about that. It's weird. Did you really get over it? Maybe you should tell Lucia what happened. She's not ready to step into the abyss. It is not wise to resist the favor given by the Aslat, for the favor is not only a favor. Let me conduct a hands-on experiment. Mind has cracked. Stay here. You do not have the right to order me. Are you sure? But before you make a right decision, I can guarantee that you will not be able to escape the tangle of noises. If I can't escape, I'll cut my way out. Spam sword waves. She's like inching closer to the fucking edge. If you destroy all the noise and the memories, all that awaits you is just an endless hollow of eternity. Oh. Are you trying to leave here even at the expense of destroying your mind? I respect that. The multitude of noises disappear and Alpha opens her eyes, while the surrounding area shakes violently. Just as she expected, the dark figure is standing a distance away, effortlessly doing battle. Vonnegut. Not bad. My respect for you is growing. Compared to these unscreened seeds, I'm more interested in one who has the qualifications to become an agent. Agent? What could it be? I have no interest in that. Such a pity. With a simple flick of his left hand in their direction, an invisible force surges like a wave against the group. Alpha unsheathes her katana and charges before slicing the invisible threat into two. The blade beams continue on toward Vonnegut, but are stymied by his force field. Can you see it? Or is it simply a fighter's intuition of danger? Her attack has torn the wave apart and reversed its trajectory, leaving the ground charred. Vonnegut ambles toward Alpha, and red punishing virus currents flow and gather around him. Alpha feels her strength quickly being sapped. Never thought you'd stoop to such despicable methods. Alpha scowls, continuously swinging her katana to block the projectiles coming from all directions before sheathing it to charge it. Just as she draws the blade and attempts to stab Vonnegut at lightning speed, he catches it, holding it firmly in his hand. You caught a blade with your bare hands? But on closer inspection, there is a tiny gap between the blade and his hand. No, it's just another use of the force field. Good analysis. This time he unleashes the lightning in close proximity. Watch out! Defensive formation! Will that really help? The red beams explode, and while the group's last-minute defensive formation was able to temporarily hold off his attack, the blast causes the floor beneath their feet to collapse. The four plummet to the lower area, where they heard a gentle sigh from a woman nearby. Well, this was an unexpected meeting, isn't it, Miss Alpha? You are. Finding her balance, Alpha looks in the direction of the voice and sees the woman who introduced herself as the Merciful One standing in front of them. Vonnegut also senses her presence and stops his attacks. Now, go. The three beat a hasty retreat in the chaos and make for where Usabeni is. Merciful One, why are you still here? My apologies. I was drawn to the mother in the greenhouse, so I thought I'd stay and watch how she grows. Vonnegut looks at the Merciful One in a rare bout of silence. There's no need to remain here. Taking advantage of Vonnegut's inaction, Alpha makes for the exit. Vonnegut sees Alpha leaving and does not try to stop her. The guest in front of him is the one that requires his full attention. Leaving the collapsing sewers, Alpha returns to the ruins. She leaves the name tag she picked up while escaping near the transport craft, and turns and leaves the scorched earth behind. Once the dust and smoke from the explosion have settled, a tranquil silence returns to the area. The gale sweeps the shattered debris into its embrace and dances through the craters of the devastated land. The dust will one day heal the wounds of the earth, and life will begin anew. The transport craft carrying the Grey Ravens disappears into the sky. In the flow of the setting sun, a motorcycle speeds past the refugee camp and off into the horizon. Night is approaching, but never once does she look up at the sky. The Merciful One. So that's who they were referring to at the end of chapter 14 earlier from yesterday. A mysterious woman showed up. They weren't referring that mysterious person as to Alpha. They were referring it to the Merciful One. Interesting. And we apparently did have a conversation with Alpha. Okay. Now I get it. Now I understand. Alright. Now that Hidden is done, I mentioned it yesterday on the stream, but I'm going to do the story in patch order. So after Imprisoned site is this one, Inscription of Labyrinth, which I did play through when it first released. Oh, I never finished the story though. Oh, this was Hidden though. So I did go through it before, yes. However, I will reread it. I don't mind it. And besides, I still have the Hidden one to finish, which I never got around to finishing. So there's that. But that has been all of chapter 14. That was good. I liked it. I like the stuff with involving Chrome. That was good. That was good. Alright, now for the rest of the stream, I'm going to go through Interludes. Oh, I got something from here too. Oh, look at that. Arcade Anima. It's a story-related thing, eh? These are interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't mean to. It should be the right channel. I see it's connected. We meet again. How do you connect to my comms? I have my ways. If you don't want me to call you, you should find a way yourself instead of asking me. What is it this time? We have a tentative understanding of each other. Meetings like this will only be rare in the future. Of course, I won't always be this passive. But show me your true strength. What do you want? Find me and ask me in person if you want to know. Perhaps I will consider taking you away from this boring place then. I don't know at what point I should be doing this stuff. Or if this stuff is canon. Nice. Power. Cute stamp. Cute stamp. I don't know at what point I should be doing the Arcade Anima stuff. Because I did no ones here, but like... I think I briefly remember someone saying to do this story for Nolan and then Cradle Parade or something. I don't remember. I don't know. Because this is definitely, I don't know. I really don't know at what point I should be doing these. Whatever. Alright, let's do interludes. We're gonna read through Wanshi, go through Chrome, Glory, and then do all the hidden stuff. So we're gonna reread Chrome's. I mean, not Chrome, Wanshi. The beginning of lies. Whoa. Look up the artificial heart. Use the suction device to suck the vital fluid away. Block the local pain signals and transfer the feedback to the external terminal. Understood. The assistants help prepare the construct on the maintenance bed according to Wanshi's instructions. Wanshi changes into dust-proof clothes and stands in the center of the maintenance room. An assistant approaches him at that moment. Dr. Wanshi, a construct was taken to maintenance room 13. Turn on data projection. Wanshi nods as he looks at the scan of the construct in maintenance room 13 and says to the assistant, the auxiliary circulatory system of the lower chamber is damaged. Help me start the remote maintenance kit in maintenance room 13. But that would take a huge toll on your mind. Wanshi takes several connecting wires from the kit terminal aside and attaches them to his head, ignoring the assistant's persuasion. Testing connection. The view of maintenance 13, room 13, is revealed by the kit terminal, several robotic arms lifting the maintenance tools in turn under Wanshi's control. The damaged parts of the construct are magnified through the microscope, and the gathered data is displayed on the dials of the robotic arms. That's alright, we'll fix them at the same time. Oh, he looks good. He looks really cool. Maintenance over. I'll leave the module stitching to you. Wanshi pushes the maintenance tools aside. The robotic arms slowly lower in the projection of the terminal, putting an end to the work in maintenance room 13. Yes, Doctor. The assistant takes a step forward and takes over the maintenance tool after hearing this. Wanshi stretches out and steps back to make room for the assistant. However, when Wanshi is stepping back, he suddenly stumbles on his feet. Everything in the maintenance room seems illusory and distant to him. He reaches out to the left, and the touch of the wall brings him back to reality. He keeps his footing by holding onto the wall. Doctor! Wanshi leans against the wall and takes a few deep breaths. He gets back on his feet again and takes a few pills. I'm okay. It seems that you're much more serious when it comes to maintenance, Doctor. Is that so? I didn't feel any different. Constructs can feel pain just as well as humans. Isn't it a doctor's job to ease their pain? We could just turn off their pain module or use recalling after the frame is fixed. We only advise them to do so when they're suffering unbearable pain. Besides, making a new frame is much more difficult than maintaining it. Otherwise, our work would be meaningless. Speaking of which, I often heard you use recalling to comfort the constructs during the adjustment. Well, it's part of our duty to help them return to the battlefield. Yeah, right. You get all talkative about such topics. Right, but it's hard for us to understand it anyway. They're just machines, aren't they? Exactly. Well, enough of that. Doctor, it's almost time for the follow-up adjustment of the construct, right? It seems so. I'll get going then. Wanshi says as he hangs up the dust-proof clothing in the closet of the maintenance room and walks outside. Lies are everywhere in human society. Lies are around each of us from the moment we come into this world, and everyone will come into contact with them as part of the social network. Lies, ill-intended or not, are alterations to reality. The moment you see beyond the lies and find reality, a certain string will begin to tighten or snap. And what might have sounded inconsequential in daily life may turn deadly dangerous after the wall of lies is breached. The confusion caused by the shocking news from the professor makes Wanshi forget when he was called into the office and when did the topic come up. Wanshi, frozen in place, swallows hard, trying to suppress the shock and find the words. Professor, what you just said. Yes, some lives are more equal than others in the Star of Life, a place that is supposed to save all lives. Our construct maintenance department, which was established by the military and the Science Council, is basically a slaughterhouse covered with lies. Then the so-called recalling. The constructs known to the public have been recalled and returned to the battlefields are nothing more than exceptions shaped by the military to be inspirations. They were using recalls, but an arduous operation that extracted the construct's memories. By controlling the time difference, they created an illusion of a recall. This means that not every construct is immortal. Their demise on the fields also spells their farewell to this world. Speaking of which, I often heard you use recalling to comfort the constructs during the adjustment. Stop it. If it's a lie, then what I did before. The memory extraction operation is different from the frame replacement one, which is done with precise instruments and professional assistance. It's a dangerous and complicated technique to perform memory extractions on the battlefield and strip the mind from the frame, which might even result in the loss of memory data. What is recalling known for? That we could quickly activate it on the verge of death and safely transfer the construct's memories to Babylonia at the cost of a slight deviation in their minds. If it's so easy to achieve the same effect as a memory extraction, why would we continue to delve into the mysteries of the mind to improve the success rate of those operations? Recall has been a trick for the constructs from the very beginning. Stop it. Perhaps it's just that we don't have enough clearance to know the higher-ups' intentions. It can't be. The Science Council, the military, the Parliament members, they must have some ways to make recalling possible that they can't share with us. Take a look at this data. This is a list of constructs that have enabled recalling. It also records the flow of data shortly after that. What could it be? All those memories were... Exactly. All of them were led into a void. They couldn't feel anything in the outside world, like a computer being shut down. They thought their minds were freed, and one day someone outside would turn them on again. The truth is that the memories were never separated from reality. They were also shattered by this war along with their fallen frames. Constructs can feel pain just as well as humans. Isn't it a doctor's job to ease their pain? This can't be real. Professor, please tell me this is a bad joke. Or else If it's a lie, why are you telling me? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell the constructs the truth? Will you? You won't. Stop it. To let them step into battles with false hopes, or to let them know the truth, to face the harsh reality and confront their end in pain. I know what your choice would be just by the look on your face when you were helping those constructs. That is the same choice as the one I made before. Stop it. How should I respond to the weight of your trust? It's selfish of you. Selfish, perhaps. Maybe I'm just a jester that couldn't hold it together on my own anymore. Maybe I just want to find someone to talk to. The blood-soaked facts won't be changed by individuals. Our department has compromised with their lies due to so many factors, which is probably my sin, this cowardice. Stop it. Masha's hands clench tightly in agony as he feels the warmth of blood oozing from his palms. He wants to question, to scold, and to get rid of the past. He slowly raises his hands, trying to do something, only to see the sad and haggard face of the professor when looking up. The professor who brought him into the Star of Life has already grown so old. Has already grown so old already. That's a weird use of using already twice like that. The hands in the air finally freeze before his chest. This is no excuse to keep lying to the constructs. I didn't mean to coerce you by telling you the truth. I wish that you'd find a different answer. I'll never end up like you, telling lies in the name of salvation. Wanshi tears off the badge of the Star of Life and drops it onto the professor's desk, with the sole wish of leaving the suffocating room as soon as possible without looking at him again. That's how he becomes a sniper. That's how he ended up on the battlefield. He quit his job. Indifference. After leaving the office, Wanshi walks through the corridor of the Star of Life. Through the porthole, he can clearly see the planet where humans originate, Earth. Constructs will be a human's hope to return to Earth, the spark to ignite the flame of victory. May peace be with every child of Earth. The classic speech of the president is broadcasted all over Babylonia repeatedly. Constructs keep heading for Earth under such impassioned advocacy. What exactly does it mean to return to Earth? An honor? A responsibility? Or a heavy burden of a long-cherished dream the previous generation could not fill, imposed onto the next generation? It's really something I cannot understand. Is it necessary to trick the constructs into the battlefield, just to get us back to that place sooner? Being the supreme medical institution of the world government, the Star of Life is operating tirelessly, providing the best and most effective medical care for all members of the world government. Wanshi from the Construct Maintenance Department. Safe travels. Wanshi hears a familiar greeting from the system as he steps out of the Star of Life. Wanshi cannot remember how many times he has heard the words Construct Maintenance Department. When it comes to his ears this time, the stinging pain hits him like a hammer, agitating his nerves. It's detected that your anxiety level is rising. Do you want to book a session to relieve your pressure? Wanshi taps no on the digital screen of the system in silence. The two security guards at the entrance notice him approaching and stand aside at the same time, keeping a certain distance. Boss, I heard it's cozy to work in the Construct Maintenance Department. Why does he look so bitter and miserable? Probably just another guy that was fooled by the military policy and found the salary unsatisfactory, and the construct troubling. Is that so? Yeah, did you think all the doctors are the same in the Star of Life? Though the ones in the Construct Maintenance Department are also called doctors, their work is more like a maintenance worker than a surgeon. I heard that even a minor assembly error on a construct will have serious consequences. It must take way more effort to maintain the constructs than to operate on humans. They are all staff in the Star of Life. Why don't they consider a change of position? It's not as easy as you think. Medical research involving human subjects is way different from construct maintenance. It's highly unlikely that a change of position would be allowed. I guess that guy would end up muddling through with a small salary or find a job at Cosmos Industries. But it's perfectly normal. After all, they're just taking over the repetitive work that the Science Council finds tedious. If that's the case, why would the Star of Light keep maintaining those constructs? Wouldn't it be better to replace the broken frame with a new one? Are you nuts? Broken frames will be able to fight again after being repaired and adjusted. It takes resources and time to build a new frame. How would you make up for the troops shortage while waiting for the new frame? Don't tell me you want to go fight the corrupted with your flesh and bone. The current population of Babylonia is far from enough for the war. So it's better to be a construct, as they will never be dead. In the worst case, they can still activate a recall. Then why don't you choose to be a construct? Me? Forget it. I still want to be a human. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, how ridiculous. To both constructs and humans, the constructs seem to be immortal beings. They are human-shaped tools, weapons, or even monsters. The lie set up to encourage the constructs to war has gradually created a ridiculous perception of them for most who live on Babylonia today. Ridiculous. Then what am I? Even I am one of the persons that helped spread this ridiculous lie. It is naturally easy to stand out on the moral high ground to offer criticism, but in retrospect, who am I to criticize others? The two of them have moved on to the next topic and burst into laughter from time to time while I am still concerned about this. Happiness. It is happiness wrapped in lies. I've heard such happy laughter in the past. It was when chatting with a construct after maintenance who was hoping to return to the battlefield soon. However, the memory was soon buried behind busy work. I haven't seen that construct ever since. What is beneath the happy memories of the past turns out to be an insurmountable gap between life and death. Imagining the tragic death of that construct after using recalling, the stinging pain hits his stomach, and the urge to vomit suddenly overcomes his body. Out of the way! The dire shouts interrupt the conversation between the security guards, as well as Wanshi's trip down memory lane. Several nurses pushing 2 nursing beds stop at the entrance of the Star of Life. In the nursing beds are a human and a construct. Blood keeps oozing out from the bandage on the human's chest. The construct is more severely injured. His arms bends at a strange angle, and the part below his waist appears to have been crushed by a heavy object. Flattened and incomplete, while scarlet drops of vital fluid drips to the ground along the grooves at the edge of the nursing bed. After seeing this, the security guards immediately turn on the portable terminal and call the emergency department. Emergency! We got an injured human. After the communication ends, the deserted entrance of the Star of Life becomes busy instantly. Several drones fly out of the Star of Life and administer various injections on the human. A doctor takes over the nursing bed from the nurse and walks toward the emergency operating room with several assistants following. Hey, don't forget the construct over here. It's just a broken frame, nothing serious. Just process the guy. After that, the doctor continues to discuss the details of the human's injuries and surgery with his assistants. The nurses get on the transporter and leave after handing over the nursing bed. The 2 security guards glance at each other and push the nursing bed with the construct toward the wounded receiving terminal of the Star of Life. All of these are familiar, like a scene repeated from the past. The security guards go past Wanshi. As they approach, you can see the construct's injuries more clearly. The artificial skin of the construct is gone, and the mechanical body that should have glowed with a metallic luster is covered in a scorching black from an intense burn. In his broken left leg, Wanshi can even see the traces of metal solidifying? Again, solidifying. After liquefying from the heat. Groans of pain keeps coming from the construct. Wanshi turns his head aside, trying not to look at him again. It hurts. The construct's pain module has not been shut down to avoid mind deviation, which causes the pain to keep torturing his broken body. It hurts so much. The nursing bed goes past Wanshi and the hands of the severely injured construct dangles weakly and hangs over the edge of the nursing bed. Damn it. Wanshi clenches his fist, turns around and walks to the nursing bed. He quickly takes out a reagent with one hand and skillfully holds down the left leg of the severely injured construct with the other. What are you doing? Maintenance comes first. I'll go through the formalities later. While the security guards are still dumbfounded, Wanshi has taken over the nursing bed and pushes it toward the Star of Life. It's just a frame. Why does he look so nervous? I don't get it. What a weird guy. After the emergency maintenance, the construct is finally out of danger. Wanshi walks toward the lounge looking depressed. The maintenance room. Doctor, please help me turn off the pain module. I can't. It would create a mind deviation. Just hold on for a while. It'll be over soon. I see. After finishing the maintenance of the last construct, the professor slowly walks over to Wanshi. Wanshi, why did you leave pediatrics for the construct maintenance department in the first place? Things are obviously more difficult here. The salary is not satisfactory. The head of pediatrics has told me more than once that you'd have a better future there. Well, because it was short-staffed here. Seeing what unfolded here made me feel like I've got something to do. That's why I started to learn about constructs maintenance. Humans and constructs all suffer from injuries, so isn't it the duty of the Star of Life to ease their pain? The duty of the Star of Life. Indeed, it's our duty to help free the constructs from their pains and return them to the battlefield. Keep up the good work. I've got high hopes for you. Sure. The more he wants to forget, the more his memories flood in. They can be found in every corner and item in the Star of Life. It is his youth he left behind, the years when he ran back and forth for the constructs. Could my work in the past be counted as saving lives? At this age, perhaps it is a kind of happiness to die without pain. But just as the professor said, Wanshi is not cruel enough to leave the constructs in pain behind. Memories and reality keep torturing Wanshi. He moves forward slowly by leaning on the wall of the Star of Life, having no idea where he is. Your frame adjustment went well. The familiar voice of the professor catches Wanshi's attention. He comes to a recovery room, following the voice. Don't be afraid to go back to the battlefield. After all, constructs like you can use recalling as a last resort. This is the professor's reply to the construct in the recovery room. If recalling does exist, why don't you unplug these annoying wires for me? This slow adjustment wouldn't be necessary at all. I don't think so. It causes mind deviation and costs massive resources. The hell with mind deviation. Such personal cost is nothing. You don't need to hesitate, Professor. No, the side effects of recalling are much greater than you expect. But if you insist, I can help you apply for an early return to the team. Enough! After hearing the agitated voice of the construct in the recovery room, Wanshi pushes the door open, leaving the professor and the construct stunned. Professor, why don't you tell him the truth? The truth? Going back in such a state is no different from committing suicide. Wanshi, don't do anything stupid. But we're not helping the constructs go back to the battlefield so that they can sacrifice their lives in vain. Wanshi, as I said, it's pointless. You've had your doubts, right? The so-called constructs are just like humans. There are no eternal beings in the world. Professor? Even if what he said was true, what else can we do? I see. Yeah, why would those with power care about the lives of the tools for war? So what if the recall is a scam? Lies and truths make no difference to constructs like us. Yes. Professor, Doctor, I just want to be alone for a while. But, Wanshi, you've got the courage to expose the lies. But I'm afraid it's not the right answer. The professor slowly walks out of the room with Wanshi, while the construct sits quietly inside, lifeless as if completely integrated with the surrounding machine. It has been a few days since Wanshi exposed the truth to the construct. Those words keep echoing in Wanshi's ears, lingering for a long time. Why would those with power care about the lives of the tools of war like us? Lies and truths make no difference to constructs like us. Is what I've done pointless? Sitting alone in the department office, the quiet atmosphere around only makes Wanshi more depressed. Wanshi slaps his hands hard on the desk to ease his agitation, the strength of the slap making his hands go numb. But such physical pain is nothing compared to his mental torture. Wanshi sinks into his seat and looks overhead. The soft light on the room ceiling melts into his pupils, and sleepiness begins to sweep through for the first time in a long time. Seems like I haven't slept for a while. Knock, knock. The sudden knocks on the door interrupt Wanshi's sleep. He rubs his cheek with his hands, shoving the messy documents and sundries on the desk into the drawer under it. Well, come in. Come on in. Wanshi gets up from his seat and slowly walks toward the door to open it. It is the construct he met earlier. The construct quickly approaches Wanshi and knocks him to the ground with his elbow. Wanshi feels a cold mechanical touch on his cheek. He tries to keep himself conscious to figure out the construct's intention. What do you want from me? The construct takes a pair of electronic handcuffs from its arms and cuffs Wanshi firmly from behind. Sorry, but we need your help. Huh? After the construct finishes speaking, he grabs Wanshi and pushes him outside of the Star of Life after making sure that no one is passing by the office. Wanshi notices that a pale blue electric light is glowing on the surveillance equipment outside the office. The construct pushes Wanshi through the corridor of the Star of Life. The route is obviously precisely planned by the construct. The timing of passing each corner and the time needed to traverse each corridor are all accurately calculated so that they will not attract any attention, even if the doctor of the Star of Life is being held hostage. Retinal scan in progress. Identity confirmed. Wanshi, safe travels. What exactly do you want? A little rebellion is all. To rebel against being deceived. You. Did you also rebel in your way after knowing the truth behind the lie? The two of them traverse layers of protection in the Star of Life before finally going outside as the last system voice ends. Phew. The construct takes a deep breath after stepping out of the Star of Life. It's been a long time since I've been to a place other than the Earth and the Star of Life. The construct looks around, and two constructs emerge from the shadows of the building, nodding at the construct holding Wanshi. Let's head for the airdrop platform. I finished hacking there. Now we can escape from Babylonia in secret. Without a break, three constructs push Wanshi slowly and covertly toward the target location, bypassing the scanning and patrolling construct squad. Next, nailed it. A robotic voice comes out. Dark hatch of the airdrop platform opens. Rows of airdrop cabins are at both sides of the room. Construct that hacks into the hatch walks to the airdrop cabin, pulls the wire from his arm to connect to the terminal next to it. Okay, I've got it here, ready to go. What about the doctor? Leave him to us. Who's there? As soon as the construct asks, an explosive shell pierces through his chest, his vital fluid spilling all over Wanshi. The purifying force. But how? The connecting bolts around the airdrop cabins open one after another. All wires connecting the construct to the airdrop cabin are suddenly snapping out violent sparks. Due to such an emergency, the construct falls to the ground in pain. A dark dagger pierces its throat in an instant, rotates, and slashes to the other side, cutting off the construct's neck. Target down. Soren! Howard! The construct that seizes Wanshi out of the Star of Life shouts at the other two constructs. He takes out the weapon from behind and points it around, only to find that there is no trace of any member of the purifying force except for Wanshi, who has fallen to the ground, and the corpses of his partners. Later, a searing pain tears through his body, and the construct falls to his knees. The moment he falls to his knees, he reaches out and throws several black cubes around. The cubes fall to the ground and connect to each other, forming a pale blue power grid around to keep out the purifying force. The purifying force came faster than I expected. You knew this would happen? Yeah. We knew what the ending would be after seeing the truth beneath the lies. To die for humans is the inevitable end for constructs. The only difference is when and where you die. This is the reality. Then why did you? I'm not you. I have a name. Jet. The white-haired guy is Soren, and the one who's good at hacking is Howard. We all have names. Construct called Jet reaches out to his partners who has fallen to the ground. Not hard from one battlefield to another. Perhaps I want to escape as I was tired of such a cycle. And we did it. Making our own decisions after a long time, we decided to escape, even though there was nowhere to hide in the first place. The glow of the power grid around Jet gradually fades. He holds himself up with his weapon, barely managing to stand instead of kneeling. The light of the grid completely disappears and another explosive shell blasts half of Jet's face. This is the reality. Defect in construct terminated. Get the transporter over here and check if the human is injured. Wanshi sees Jet stop moving and stand still. Several fully armed members of the Purifying Force walk toward Wanshi through the weakened power grid, uncuff him, and help him out of the airdrop platform. Whistleblower arrested, checking the wounds of the captured human. Can't believe a professor would have done this. Huh? Professor? No, it's... First thing that Wanshi sees after walking out of the airdrop platform is the professor being held in the escort car, and several members of the Purifying Force are guarding around. The professor sits by the window of the escort car, looking depressed. He puts a hand in front of his mouth in a gesture of silence after seeing Wanshi. Wanshi wants to say something, but the members of the Purifying Force around immediately puts him aside to check his wounds. Wanshi sees the professor slowly lowers his hands, and forces a smile at him through the crowd. Is this? During this time, members of the Purifying Force keep checking on Wanshi, but he cannot answer anything. He stares blankly at everything around. Members of the Purifying Force are getting closer, yet he finds it harder to hear their words. The scene around Wanshi is covered in darkness, and he stands alone in the shadows, murmuring to himself. It won't be changed by rage or struggle. Is this the reality beneath the lies? Dang. Whew. That was a long one. Wait, which one was I on? Was I on Growing Fear? I don't remember. Oh yes, I was on this one. Some of these notes were so fucking long to read through. Wanshi stood frozen in the middle of the outer corridor in the Star of Life, staring around blankly. Both sides of the corridor are stacked with various medical equipment for surgeries and constructs. They do not require aseptic processing the whole time like equipment for human surgeries, and are casually folded over each other in the corridor. There we go. Several special connecting wires stabilizing the invert device hang down from the edge of the folding equipment. They are sorted as attacker, support, and tank. After selecting the equipment they need, several assistants open the safety lock of the folding equipment with the terminal and head to separate maintenance rooms with them. After the equipment is taken away, the white pattern engraved on the walls of the corridor that were blocked by the equipment came into Wanshi's eyes. He looks up along the pattern. The huge icon of the Star of Life is carved above his head. Wanshi looks at the icon above in silence. As time passes by, he stands still. The silence is finally interrupted by a rapid beep from the terminal of Wanshi. He takes out the terminal, stares at it for a while, then turns and leaves the corridor. Now's the frame. Wanshi sits by the lounge, asking about the construct while recording data on his portable terminal. I can already move as normal. It won't take long before I can return to the team. But the battlefield... The construct's voice gradually sinks into a whisper, and his body begins to tremble. Seeing this, Wanshi puts the terminal aside and reaches out to comfort him. Holding Wanshi's hands, the construct stops trembling and continues. The collapsed building pierced her captain's body, and countless corrupted flooded in and ripped him into pieces. Roland and I kept shivering upon the screech of our captain. He screamed and threw himself at the corrupted, trying to pull our leader out. However, I ran away after hearing the screech. After turning around, an explosion came from behind. The debris and the remains of the corrupted cut through my body, and the impact of the blast knocked me down. Then I saw Roland's head, with red electric sparks rolling down to my feet from behind. Vital fluid that spilled out of his features soaked my boots. Listening to the confession of the construct in front of him, Wanshi clenches his hands even harder. I never found scrapping to be that scary. After all, there's no death for constructs. But I still felt the worst fear when looking at the grim faces of my partners as they were scrapped. My partners who were talking to each other a few seconds ago turned into scrap metal in the blink of an eye. The searing pain spread from my torso all over my body, and only pain and fear were left in the mind. If the other squads hadn't arrived, I'm afraid I'd... It's all in the past. Sure, it's all over. But soon, I'll be assigned to a new team. It's only a matter of time before I return to the battlefield. To that nightmare again. Well, sure, you've got the courage to expose the lies, but I'm afraid it's not the right answer. Lies and truth make no difference to constructs like us. Yeah, we knew what the ending would be after seeing the truth beneath the lies. To die for humans is the inevitable end for constructs. The only difference is when and where you die. This is the reality. This is the reality. Listening to the confession of the construct, Wanshi recalls those words he has heard in the past. Closing his eyes, he sees the desperate look on the construct's face after knowing the lies, the inevitable end, and the professor's final gesture of silence. Wanshi tries to find some words to comfort the construct, but everything he can think of points to an answer that he has known long ago. The next time you can't hold on, just activate the recall, alright? Get rid of the wounded frame and let your mind return to Babylonia. Like returning to the state before your birth, protected and warm. But this is just denial. Though it's an escape from reality that would lead to the deviation of mind, there's no shame in following your instincts. I said so. Yeah. Humans have set up such means of insurance for the constructs so that you can step into the battlefield with calm. You're right. Sorry for wasting your time, and thanks for your comfort. It's the least I could do. Not every doctor is as patient with constructs as you are, and takes the time to listen to my complaints. Phew. I feel much better. Thank you, Doctor. I hope that we could meet somewhere other than the Star of Life next time. I wish that day will come. Huh? Wanshi quickly turns around and walks out of the recovery room without letting the construct see his expression. Long night. The next time you can't hold on, just activate the recall, alright? Get rid of the wounded frame and let your mind return to Babylonia. Just like recalling to the state before your birth, protected and warm. The words he sent to the construct lingers around for long. After leaving the recovery room, Wanshi rushes into the bathroom. He no longer has to endure the spasms in his stomach with no one else around. He leans all his weight against the sink to keep himself from falling. Wanshi tries to calm his breathing. He slowly looks up and stares at his reflection in the mirror. His hands are trembling due to the side effects of anesthesia, with sunken eye sockets from lack of sleep. His sick body is reflected in his empty eyes. These are just pointless resistance that he has brought on himself. To let them step into battles with false hopes, or to let them know the truth, to face the harsh reality and confront their end in pain. It is the same choice as the one I made before. Turned out that I've ended up like this, before I knew it. Since when I couldn't sleep without drugs. I'm starting to be afraid of sleeping. Once I close my eyes, scenes of the past come back to me. Their pain and anger turned into nightmares that haunted me one night after another. Sleepiness begins to sweep all over him with the effect of the drugs. As he is about to fall asleep, cold water flows through his fingers and makes him sober again. Wanshi cups his hands to catch some water, only to let it slip through his fingers. He shakes his head and walks out of the bathroom. When Wanshi walks out of the bathroom, the crowded hall of the Star of Life comes into his eyes. A large number of severely injured constructs are placed on nursing beds and doctors push them to different rooms. What is it? How come there are so many injured constructs at a time? I guess there was an extensive fight on the ground. There's never enough leisure time. A rapid beeping comes from the portable terminal of the doctor stopped by Wanshi. He takes a glimpse at the data in the terminal, pats Wanshi on the shoulder, and runs away. After the doctor is gone, the portable terminal of Wanshi also starts to beep. Intensive maintenance room 1. So this is where I'm assigned to. After entering maintenance room 1, Wanshi sees a blonde construct with broken equipment, yet his greatsword is still intact. An assistant is struggling to drag it to the corner of the room to prevent others from being blocked. It's Kamui. The profile says his name is Kamui? What has he done on the ground to be so badly injured? His damage is beyond repair. We might as well build a new frame. Fix him. The icy voice of Nikolai comes from above. Wanshi notices that the camera on top of the maintenance room is constantly scanning the room. It is the authority of Babylonia behind the camera that he has never gotten in touch before. The action module damaged. Patient in coma and abnormalities detected in circulation module. Got it. Maintenance begins. Copy. What's that doctor's name? Wanshi. Wanshi. What a unique name. It's a pity for him to be a doctor in Babylonia with such dexterity and judgment. Hand me his profile. Alright. I didn't expect him to have such an experience. Sir, what do you mean? He's a big fish in a small pond here. Send him down. It would be best if he can survive. If not, we'll also be eliminating a hidden and unstable danger. Roger. Maintenance completed. Wanshi wipes away the sweat on his cheek and puts the maintenance tools aside. The assistants walk out of the maintenance room one after another. Wanshi moves his body, which is slightly stiffened after a long time of maintenance, and decides to leave. But just when Wanshi is about to leave, he feels that his coat is grabbed by someone. He turns around and finds a construct name called Kamui has woken up at some point. Huh? You're supposed to be awake in half an hour. What about him? Who? Where am I? Star of Life in Babylonia. You're lucky. Someone brought you back from the battlefield. I see. Kamui slowly raises his hands and stares at them for a long time, trying to hold them tight but falls. Well, the pain-blocking effect is still on. You'd better lie down and take a rest. When Wanshi finishes talking, Kamui clenches his hands hard as if trying to refute him. Later, he leans against the maintenance table so that he can sit up. Thank you for saving me. The depression of Kamui is replaced by bright smiles. Such swift changes in attitude catches Wanshi by surprise. It's fine. After thanking him, Kamui looks down at his portable terminal, jumps off the maintenance table, and walks toward his weapon in the corner. Here comes the next combat order. I'll return to my army then. Well, you better stay a little while longer. You'd better stay a while longer in the lounge of the Star of Life. Given your damage, I'd suggest that you apply for a delay in returning to your team. That's impossible. The Corrupted won't be sitting tight for us to destroy. More partners will be injured if I don't go back soon. Why are you in such a hurry to return? More partners will be injured if I don't go back soon. Why can't the constructs care a bit more about their frames? Are you counting on recalling to protect yourselves? Recalling? Never thought of that. Wouldn't it mean leaving everything on the ground as well as your partners behind to escape alone? Then why are you still being so reckless? Relax, it's not like that. I know I only get one shot all along. So I'll try hard to get a hold of it. Did you know it already? That's not hard to discover. Besides, you hesitated when mentioning the recall, which means you knew in your heart that it was a lie, right? Well, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. After all, it'll start a more violent riot once spread. Aren't you going to question the existence of such a lie? I believe there are more important things to do than questioning, right? Is that so? Why are you constructs so obsessed with taking back the Earth? That's not true. Taking back Earth is the final result. But what I want is a future where everyone survives until the end of the war. This is how I love this world. Is that what's more important? While Kamui is talking with Wanshi, the door of the maintenance room suddenly opens from the outside and a man walks in. Here's a direct order from the authority. Wanshi, the Star of Life, is transferred to the ground to coordinate the garrison of City 155. Huh? Isn't it the location of my next mission? It's a war zone. Why would you let a human go there? Wanshi's technique will be of great help in the next battle. You can submit written complaints if you got any. We'll respond to it within 7 to 14 working days. Now all you need to do is to carry out the order, Kamui. Right. Very well. Isko nods, turns to leave the maintenance room directly after informing the order. You haven't been to the ground, have you? No. I've got no idea why they're doing this, but don't worry. My partners are stationed in City 155. We'll cover you. Meanwhile, Kamui opens the door of the maintenance room, turns around, smirks at Wanshi. Just think of it as taking a walk somewhere else. Perhaps you'll get to know the important things I'm talking about. It's not like I have a choice, right? Oh, man. The interlude. This interlude is taking a while longer than I thought it would. I might not do the other ones then, because my voice is starting to hurt now. Well, I might try and do like maybe a few of the hidden modes, but I don't know. Leg. Well, we're about to enter the CPF area. You can take off the protective mask now. Wanshi takes off the protective mask that Kamui handed over to him earlier. The air pours into his nose while the wind high above sweeps across Wanshi. It is different from the artificial touch of the simulation experience hall in Babylonia, but a brand new element from the Earth that he has never experienced before. Wanshi steps into a city under reconstruction with Kamui. Most of the buildings are dilapidated, but the CPF has started running again. Several teams of constructs move beneath the CPF, working on reconstruction. How are you feeling? Well, it's a fresh experience, but nothing special. At least it's better than being stuck in the same place. It's rare for them to send humans to the ground. Make good use of it. Kamui smiled and jumped down. What? Wait. Just jump down. I'll catch you. No need. I'll do it myself. Wanshi stands there and sighs, looking for the right landing spot on the wall, and slowly moves toward the ground. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm back. Well, get ready for the next battle. Huh? Why is there a human behind you? Oh, it's Wanshi. The authorities sent him here to help us. He's not just any doctor, but a pretty good one. He fixed me even though I was severely injured back then. The slightly older construct looks at the smirking Kamui, then turns to the nervous Wanshi. Wanshi? So you're the student of that professor. Do you know him? Well, he spoke highly and had high hopes for you. But I never thought he'd eventually die of overwork. You must be quite stressed in the Star of Life. Die of overwork. Enough of that. The defense of City 157 nearby is about to be broken through. The corrupted could reach us at any time. Wanshi, if City 157 falls, you should hide in the shelter around the CPF. The old construct's words are covered by a huge explosion from the south. The construct hurries to him and reports the situation. Captain, the autonomous turret at the entrance of the South City was blown up. So was the autonomous mines in the East City. Speak of the devil. I won't make the same mistake this time. Set up a defense and do your own duties. The city must not fall. Roger. Doctor, do as I just told you. You, go cover the doctor. Roger. Constructs that have received the orders immediately go into action. The construct drags Wanshi toward the CPF quickly and pushes him into a relatively solid building. Doctor, just stay here. After that, the construct pats Wanshi on the shoulder. Then he takes out the weapon and runs toward the front of the defensive line. The sounds of the explosion from time to time soon turns into a noisy and turbulent firefight. Several corrupted have even crossed the defensive line deployed earlier. And enter the street near the CPF. So, this is the surface. The battlefield where the constructs fight in. A grenade flies out of the crowd of the corrupted and explodes at the foot of the CPF. The impact knocks Wanshi to the ground. Wanshi has only heard the description of dying from wounded soldiers. Now everything is happening right here. The towering building collapses under fire, burying the constructs and corrupted underneath it. One of the construct's ankle sinks into the cracked ground. A moment's pause leaves him under siege from a large number of corrupted around. The construct beside him comes to support, only to be caught in the crowd of the corrupted. Fire and explosions are everywhere. Vital fluid is mixed with oil, flowing between the craters on the ground. Smoke pours into Wanshi's airway, the intense physical discomfort making him cough violently. The remains of the corrupted keeps piling up in the areas where the constructs passed, but more corrupted continue to flood in from the horizon. Endless despair fills the battleground. Humans created the constructs and used wars to proclaim sovereignty over Earth. Yet most human beings do not even understand what war means, just like Wanshi in the past. Wanshi wipes the smoke and dust that has filled his eyes with his hand. A construct is standing in front of him, pulling the debris of the grenade from his body and throwing them to the ground. Wanshi can vaguely recognize the mark of support construct through his torn armband. It's a pity. I've just fixed my artificial skin. But it would be no joke if the grenade hit a human. Oh, is she a support construct? Why would you push yourself this far? It's true, I'm an ordinary support construct, but I'm not just a doctor, I'm a warrior. Here, take this. The support construct in front of Wanshi throws a standard pistol to his side. The battlefield's filled with changes. No one can stand by their partners all the time, providing support for each other. It's better to rely on yourself rather than others. What are you talking about? It's not that hard to pull the bolt and aim at the corrupted. Thompson, back up the defense in the east. Roger. Gotta go. The construct called Thompson takes out another pistol after saying this. He runs toward the east of the CPF while firing at the corrupted. Doctor. Warrior. Wanshi freezes in place holding the pistol in hand. The roar of Kamui from the distance gradually drowns out the clamor of the corrupted and reaches his ears. Oh, we're playing as Kamui. This is the front line. We have allies over there. There are just too many corrupted here as always. Out of my way. I don't have time to waste. Oh god, why are they so tanky? So tanky. Why are you still alive, man? Holy shit, they're so tanky. Oh wait, I remember this. Oh, this is how you can unlock the hidden node. I just remembered. There are explosive barrels you can use to get rid of them. Oh, well, that's fine. Well, okay, now I feel like restarting that shit. Just to make it easier for myself. Plus, it'll connect well with the hidden node, I think. Okay, let's try that again. There are explosive barrels we can use to get rid of them quicker. Like over here. Yep. There we go. That's one. Over here, boys. Yep, there we go. They just hit it themselves. See, now they're not being attacked by these guys. There we go. You guys all right? Not too bad. You arrived just in time. Thanks. No problem. Let's finish them off together. As the battle gets more intensified, the area around the CPF, which was relatively safe, is shrouded in gunfire. A continuous explosion shatters the shelter where Wanshi has been hiding. He rushes out while the firepower from the corrupted weakens, trying not to be buried by the collapsed shelter, running toward the building on the side which seems to be safer. Halfway there, Wanshi sees a badly injured construct on the ground. His frame is covered with scars from the corrupted attacks. He can hardly move due to the bombing earlier. He has to lean on a brick, shooting at the crowd of corrupted in the distance with a rifle. However, the trigger is soon stuck as the rifle jams after prolonged use in battles. So he throws the rifle out and knocks down several corrupted down in the distance. Seeing this, Wanshi rushes to the construct and takes the maintenance kit out. Stay put. I'll treat you now. Wanshi pulls out the connection wires from the maintenance kit and connects them to the construct. He can see more clearly now that the power of the construct is rapidly decreasing. Watching this, the construct suddenly grabs Wanshi's hands as he is about to treat his wounds and tries to point to his chest and vocal module with the other hand. Following the direction of the construct's finger, Wanshi sees appalling tears in his chest and vocal module, while vital fluid keeps flowing out onto the ground. Are you trying to say something? The construct nods. The damage to the other parts is more. The construct shakes his head. Wanshi falls silent after understanding the construct's intention. He takes out the tools from the maintenance kit and quickly begins fixing the vocal module for him. However, the power index to the side is a constant reminder of the little time Wanshi has left. Take your time. Give it a try. It works. Thank you. What were you trying to say? Is there something I can do for you? The construct reaches out and takes down Thompson's pistol on Wanshi's waist, trembling as he places it in Wanshi's hands. Lift it up. The construct gently holds Wanshi's arm up with the back of his hand. Wanshi grabs the pistol as he has asked, and slowly raises his arms. Your arm needs to be parallel to your shoulder. That's it. Face to the front and let your eyes focus on the crosshair and those monsters. Wanshi adjusts his posture step by step, following the construct's instructions, and finally aims his pistol at the crowd of corrupted in the distance. Put your index finger on the trigger and steady. The construct holds Wanshi's hand, correcting the direction of the crosshair little by little. Like this. Pull the trigger. The construct's hand grips slightly harder, and Wanshi finally pulls the trigger. The bullet flies off and accurately pierces the memory shell of the corrupted. The recoil from the pistol kicks Wanshi's arm high. The construct can no longer hold on, and his arm drops to the ground. Among the sound of gunfire and explosion, Wanshi still hears the last words of the construct. Win the war and survive. The indexes on the maintenance kit gradually turn to 0. Wanshi knows it in his heart that the construct is gone from the battlefield forever, dissipated like the smoke from the muzzle. I have imagined the scenes of wars countless times, but they are all child's plays compared to reality. The battlefield is a slaughterhouse. There is no glory or honor, just merciless slaughter and death. The recoil from the pistol makes my wrist numb. Everywhere I look, the corrupted are ceaselessly entangled in fights against the constructs, leaving mechanical remains behind. The ricochets flying past my head are mixed with mechanical parts. When all is said and done, it is impossible to tell whether the burnt mechanical arm falling to the ground belongs to a corrupted or a construct. The roar of the corrupted, mixed with the sound of gunfire and weapons clashing, keeps tickling my eardrums. They gradually fade. Wanshi. Wanshi! It's alright. We've cleared all the corrupted that started this round of attack. I see. It turns out that I have kept sending constructs to such battlefields in the past years, using dreams built on lies until they are eventually buried forever in the barren ground. I am a doctor. Yeah, a butcher as well. Come on, I'll take you to rest. Kamui helps Wanshi walk toward a relatively intact shelter nearby. After entering the shelter, Wanshi sees several constructs that were injured during the battle just now. I bet it's better to use recalling for such damage. No! What's wrong? Nothing. Why should I stop him? To them, this is the truth. They can get out of this awful place by recalling. So what if they find out that the recall is a lie? I cannot make a difference in this harsh reality. I knew it all along. He closes his eyes. Chet, Hall, Raphael, and Zetas. I have vivid memories of the sadness, anger, fear, and happiness of every wounded construct I have ever treated. But eventually all those emotions end in death, forming a swamp of endless cycles. The swamp has wrapped my whole body, suffocating and trapping me in this cold reality. He's sent by the higher-ups. He must have his reasons if he said no. After opening his eyes, Wanshi sees Thompson, who handed him the pistol earlier, speaking to the construct sitting on the ground in excitement. No, that's not it. Come on, help us fix their frames, alright? Is that so? Thanks for your help then. Well, just as Wanshi hesitates, a sudden thrust comes from behind. He staggers forward and ends up crouching beside the wounded construct. When he looks back, he sees Kamui's signature smirk. Let me take a look at your damaged parts. Sure, thanks a lot. Why did you help me out earlier? After finishing the maintenance, Wanshi and Thompson put away all sorts of maintenance tools scattered on the ground. Do you have children? Huh? No, I'm not even... Sure. Just asking. Don't be nervous. I was married when I was your age. Here, this is my son. Thompson taps his wrist as he says it, and a projection of a white-haired child appears between them. The child in the projection is clinging to the ball in his arms without looking at the camera. Around the child is a Babylonia park styled after the Golden Age. Aren't you a construct? What are you thinking? I had him with my wife before I was turned into a construct. Later, as the war was getting more fierce, I submitted a rebuilding request to the army. That's besides the point. Do you know why he looks so angry in the projection? No idea. Because I failed to keep my promise. The children are growing up full of spirits, even though the war outside is fierce. The coaching center organized a ball game, and I promised him that I'd go watch it. Sounds like something to be happy about. But it turned out I was still out on the surface when the match happened. After I went back, all my equipment, my bed, and everything I owned were packed and thrown out of my house. They wouldn't let me in, you know? I couldn't just open my door with a grenade in a residential area. So I had to go back to my dorm in the army during my vacation, where I spent a week in simulation training alone. The consequence of failing to keep a promise is serious, especially one with a child. You've got to remember it when you're around children in the future. Children. Children? Thompson pats Wanshi on the shoulder and smiles as he continues. It took me a long time to find out why he was upset. Children at the age are starting to have thoughts that they don't want to share with their parents. The small matter that seems irrelevant to others often means a lot to them. I decided to go to war for the future of my child. But it's also the parents' duty to guide their own children, as we're their role models and flags. Don't you think you're a lot like them in some ways? You aren't willing to talk to others when you're upset. Though it was part of my fault, I didn't regret it. I stayed behind with my partners as the corrupted launched a new round of attack just when I was about to return. Compared to my child's match, it's more important to save the partners in front of me. Perhaps some people could handle everything at ease, but not me. So instead of worrying or regretting it, I choose to do what I'm capable of first. What you're capable of? Huh. That is better if you hold your left hand still. Well, let me adjust it for you. Thanks. You're not exactly excellent in combat, so why do you go up to the front? Because it's what we should do on the surface. To save our wounded partners off the battlefield and fight side by side with them on it. Besides, it's something I promised my child. We made a pact that one day he could breathe and run on Earth. The support constructs have never been the sharpest blades in the field, but they are the most essential part. Why do you say so? Because we're a flag. We're their biggest inspiration, their mightiest elixir. Just like the star of life guiding the wounded in the darkness with its faint starlight. People wouldn't have to be afraid of getting hurt when we are here, and they can charge to the front without worries. As everyone knows, the support constructs will be their strongest backup. It's just supporting. Supporting is not as easy as you imagine. It's to provide proper offensive assistance for attackers, rather than getting in the way. You must understand and familiarize everyone's fighting style and rhythm. It's not something you can find in textbooks. It's something you will only learn with time by standing on the same battlefield with everyone else, bathing in blood and sweat. Is that why you detonated the EMP with bare hands during the battle earlier? How did you know that? I heard from the constructs coming back from the east front. Do you feel different? After experiencing death and coming back, we're all much closer than before. You never thought that we constructs would tell this kind of thing to a human like you before that battle, huh? Hearing what Thompson had said, Wanshi turned silent, not realizing that the adjustment has been completed at some point. Thompson flexes his left hand. Impressive. The influence of the EMP has been completely removed. And that's something I don't deserve. What? Wanshi gets up and sets his tools aside before walking out of the shelter. Just as he leaves, Wanshi suddenly inhales the smoke outside. The searing heat fills his nose and makes him cough violently. While he is coughing, he feels a gentle pat on his back. He turns around and finds Kamui standing by, smiling. Better now? Better. Did you find it hard to breathe? Bound by the cage of your past that you can barely breathe. You care too much about what's right or wrong. Perhaps. Not everyone is as decisive as you. Wanshi, you've got the courage to expose the lies, but I'm afraid it's not the right answer. Lies and truth make no difference to constructs like us. Yeah, we knew what the ending would be after seeing the truth beneath the lies. To die for humans is the inevitable end for constructs. The only difference is when and where you die. This is the reality. This is the reality. The next time you can't hold on, just activate the recall, alright? Get rid of the wounded frame and let your mind return to Babylonia. Like returning to the state before your birth, protected and warm. There are no such things as the burden and helplessness of reality in your optimistic world in the first place, right? But most of us have to compromise with our false reality eventually. We recognize our roles in the truth, joining others to keep this facade of reality whole with lies. After choosing to accept that fact, there will be things that we don't deserve, and this is the price we must pay. As a doctor, as a human, there are things you should and should not do. I'm such a coward. You certainly are not. Even a construct like me sometimes feels powerless. I've regretted and pondered too. If I were stronger and better, would everything be different? But instead of spending time on regrets and self-blame, I found it better to focus on things I could and should do. You're not a coward. You're just not doing what you're capable of. What I'm capable of. The battlefield is the closest place to death. Only by approaching death can people get closer to their true selves. Why not just leave all those annoying stuff behind? The only thing that we need to consider is what to do now, how to survive, and how to keep our partners alive. You could have refused to help Thompson, but you didn't. That's because you don't have to explain it to me or yourself. That's not the point. The important thing is to avoid standing still. Be yourself, and do what you want and can do. Deep sleep. The next round of the corrupted attack is coming. Got it. Tell all the injured constructs to go hide in the shelter near the CPF. Sync with those squads and push the front line further to guarantee safety around the filter. Alright, got it. Doctor, please take care of the wounded for us. I will. Then I'll see you later, Wanshi. Remember what I said. Don't forget the things that are more important now. After reinforcing the shelter for the wounded, the main troop sets off for the front line while Wanshi treats the wounded constructs inside. Hold this end for me. Wanshi puts one end of the connecting wire into the hands of the construct in front of him and plugs the other end into his terminal. His fingers quickly taps on it, and a weak current is transmitted along the wire to the construct. Thanks. It's fine. As Wanshi gets up and is about to walk to the next wounded, a sudden noise comes from outside the shelter. Is the battle over? No, that's not right. Huh? Careful. It's the corrupted that crossed the front line with special camouflage. Thompson says as he walks over to the wall, checking the situation outside through a gap between panels. No, there's no way we can handle a corrupted of this caliber in our current state. One should just get away through the back door. At least we constructs can recall. That would be quite a while before I can see my child. I'm sure you've got the courage to expose the lies. Blah, 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 blah. We've been through. This is the third time we see this. I'm not gonna read this part. I've reread it through it 3 times. This is the 3rd time already. This is reality. This is the reality. Activate the recall. Return to Babylonia. Protected the worm. Yep. Okay. Win the war and survive. Do you think you're a lot like him in some ways? You aren't willing to talk to others when you're upset. So instead of worrying or regretting, I choose to do what I'm capable of first. The important thing is to avoid standing still. Be yourself and do what you want and can do. Victory and the future are too far away for me. What am I doing for right now? After checking the injuries of the constructs, I subconsciously want to treat them and ease their pain. I am doing this so I shall see no more suffering and separation. I am doing this for those around me, those I want to protect. Seeing what unfolded here made me feel like I've got something to do. That's why I started to learn about constructs maintenance. These thoughts that are engraved in my heart are getting forgotten, while I was obsessing over the rights and wrongs of the lies. No. Huh? Wanshi, what is it? I will not let you recall. I thought I exposed the lies to help others in the past. Instead, I created more suffering. Since then, my life has been filled with regrets, helplessness, compromises, and torture. Because I accepted the reality that such a lie needs to exist. But what happened here has made me realize that constructs should never be kept in the dark and sacrificed in vain. If I don't reveal the truth to you here, how could I face Kamui and the others on the front line? Or Thompson's child waiting in Babylonia? I'm not telling the truth to help, but to protect. Well, you finally want to talk, huh? There's no such thing as recall. It's all just a lie to comfort the constructs. What? The threat of life and death is the same for all of us. If I let you fight recklessly with no regard for your safety just because you're counting on recalling, it's no different from letting you commit suicide. So right now, instead of running away, I'm going to fight with you. So none of you need to be recalled. Doctors should not only save people, but fight alongside them as well and protect others. We'll make it. Together. Worked up, Wanshi seems a little exhausted. And he cannot stop trembling. Thompson slowly walks over to him and gently strokes his head. That's courageous of you. That's right. Thank you for telling us the truth, Wanshi. It must be hard for you to carry such a burden until now. Thank you for that. No, that's because I've been a coward. You're not a coward. To move forward in the painful darkness after seeing the truth is not what a coward would do. Instead, you're stronger than everyone else. I can't believe we'd ever want to recall. It's no different than leaving our partners and the fate of the city behind. Yeah, we promised each other to win. Michelle, like you said, let's make it together. Guys, the flag will protect and guide their partners. They must not fall or retreat. Guys, let's go. Thompson shouts out commands as he speaks. Several constructs that can still move take out their weapons. Just as Wanshi is about to walk through the back door, Thompson throws a sniper rifle into his hands. Take it. Let those monsters outside see how the indestructible fully armed flag is. Meanwhile, Thompson loads the other sniper rifle in his hand. Wanshi mimics his actions and turns the weapon's safety off. Copy. There you go. There's your courage. Don't push yourself too far. Hide behind us, support constructs whenever you spot danger. Yeah. Help him out. Sorry, I didn't expect there would be enemies with enhanced camouflage. They crossed our frontline defense. No worries, thank you for holding position. Wanshi, you need some emergency maintenance? I'll cover you. Understood. Thanks. Cool. Well, Technician Thompson, I'm counting on you two. Leave it to me. Wanshi, you can take a break. Yeah. These two aren't doing it. Okay. Oh. Yarg. Even these corrupted have enhanced camouflage. Are our allies back for the front line yet? We can't hold too long. Wanshi, run in the opposite direction. Go to the front line. Our main force is there. Thompson, guys. Before anyone can make a move, the corruptor roars and turns toward the constructs on the way, rushing toward Wanshi at the back. Watching it getting closer, Wanshi keeps pulling the trigger. The explosive shells hit the opponent's legs. accurately, but failed to stop the corrupted from moving. Wansha! The joint on its left leg. Though Wansha has failed to stop the corrupted from moving, he has managed to damage his frame. He focuses on its busted joint on the left leg, and quickly rolls to the left, dodging its charge. Although he's not directly hit, the rubble splashed around by the corrupted crashing into the building hits him hard, knocking him to the ground. After the corrupted slowly makes its way out of the debris and turns to look at the human and constructs falling to the ground. It walks toward the nearby Wansha, ready to give all its targets a final blow. The moment its arms are raised high, several explosive shells hit the corrupted, blowing half of its torso out of sight. Wansha looks back and realizes that Thompson and several constructs have helped each other up, initiating the last attack while leaning on the shelter. The recoil of the rifle knocks them to the ground. All their new wounds split apart as vital fluid oozes out. We are the flags. That cannot fall. You guys. Their last attack has not destroyed the memory shell of the corrupted. With petrol dripping from the remaining half of its torso, it flings its weapon and strikes towards Wansha's head. Seems like this is where I end. Wansha slowly closes his eyes while whispering, calmly greeting his death. Wansha! A deafening roar comes from afar. Wansha opens his eyes out of instinct to search for the source of the sound. Wansha sees the dark great sword of Kamui before him as the corrupted is kicked aside with its memory shell broken into pieces. At this moment, the last straw that held Wansha together was no longer there. He dropped to the ground hard and fell into a coma. Wansha! Wansha! What happened? You're up, finally? Thompson was right. Right. How are the others and the corrupted? Relax. It's over. All corrupted in this area have been cleared. Thompson and the others are taking care of the wounded. Is that so? It's not too bad. Huh? To do what I can, and to move forward again. Just do it without considering the consequences and whether it's true or false. The body making the judgment before the mind upon what is happening. Seems like you're starting to get this feeling. Kamui, is Wansha awake? Thompson walks into the shelter where Wansha is in and asks Kamui. Kamui looks down at Wansha, only to find that he has closed his eyes again, his chest rising and falling at a steady rhythm. He was awake, but he fell asleep again. Shh, don't wake him. You're the loudest one here, idiot. Well, it's a good thing that he sleeps. At least it's better than insomnia. Having figured it out, I guess he can sleep sounder and longer now. Professor, I still don't have a perfect answer for your question. I'm well aware that the sins of the past cannot be undone. But now, I will have to move forward, carrying the burden of those lies of the past. I'm not doing this to prove that those lies are real, or right or wrong. I'm doing this to protect those around me from being hurt by them. It's time for you and me, as well as the Star of Life, to move forward and make some changes. Nice. Good story. And now his hidden one, the conversation that never existed. Chico, were you involved in the mission recorded in the file Jet 713642? Yeah, it was a long time ago. It's a bit strange here. The construct named Jet said the following in a vocal range only specialized constructs can hear. I can't hear it. Let me translate it for you. Bianca says it as she taps the data panel on the KIGAL archives. The projection of the Babylonia airdrop platform soon appears in the dim space. Bianca quickly fast-forwards the video, eventually stopping near the end of the recording. In the recording, the glow of the power grid around Jet gradually fades. He holds himself up with his weapon, barely managing to stand instead of kneeling. Doctor, Perhaps you don't get it, but this is something that has made us truly feel alive. We've chosen different ways to die, but at least we get to feel what freedom is like while we're alive. But freedom comes at a price, of course. Freedom has been a false proposition since we were made into constructs. We still chose to run from it, even though we knew it was the truth. Perhaps your courage in telling the truth has invoked our passion for adventure, something that we've almost forgotten. Thank you. The glow of the power grid fades completely. A member of the purifying force pulls the trigger at that moment, and half of Jet's face is blown away by the explosive shell. Why did he choose to convey the message in such an unusual way? Should we include the doctor, Wanshi, on the purifying list? Bianca thinks for a while, then removes Jet's speech from the file. That's not necessary. It has nothing to do with the doctor. Jet never left a special dialogue in the end. I see. Wanshi. I think I've heard the name from Commander Nicola before. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Oh, man. That was a long read. Holy. It took like an hour and a half just to get through his interlude. To reread his interlude. Jesus. Maybe next time it should just be interludes or the hidden nodes and shit. I don't know. Because, man, I still got Chrome Glory to go through. And, of course, all the hidden ones. Or maybe I should just... I don't know. Man, my voice is starting to give out, so I'm good here. Well, actually, hang on. Let me see. The hidden nodes aren't actually that long, so I can do hidden nodes. I can do them real quick. It's a lot to go through though. I don't mind doing them for the next like half hour. Star in the Dark. Lucy rushes out of camp and into the flooding snow. Luna. Without Luna, everything's pointless. Babylonia, the future, food, living, everything's pointless. Ahead of Lucy, a corrupted slowly shambles toward her. But this time Lucy does not raise her knife. Just let it all end. Lucia. Lucia pays no attention to the man. Or perhaps she is no longer paying attention to anything. Lucia, you must live on. I hate you. I hate this world. Nicola throws a katana before Lucia. Fight, Lucia. The source of all your pain comes from the punishing virus. I have no more reason to fight. Just let me. You must live, because this is what Luna would have wanted. Point your blade at whoever you want. But don't let Luna's sacrifice be for nothing. Luna. Luna. Oh. Lucia picks up the blade in front of her at the last moment, charges toward the corrupted. A few days later. Mind waveform stable. Vitals stable. Punishing virus test successful. Adapting well to Tantalum 193. No adverse reactions. Okay. Cut off external circulation and prepare for invert device installation. Consciousness, Lucia. Are you ready for this? Consciousness, Lucia, please answer. The broadcast within the surgery room turned on. She's already answered yes. Okay. Nicola crossed his hands, looking intently at Lucia upon the surgery table through the screen. Lucia, you've never truly lived your life before. If you're meant to go up in flame, then I will not put your fire to waste. From today, you will become the ember that blazes, that fades along with humanity, no matter if you truly believe in it or not. Take us there, Lucia, to the end of this darkness. Damn, he really put all of his hopes on one freaking kid, huh? I went through this hidden one before. This one's hidden. Cherished memory. It was a conversation with Commandant. Are you alone? It's just me. It's always been just me. Solitude is how everyone came into this world and how most people are. I have often fallen back on this aloof coldness to deter the people who tried to make conversation. What a coincidence. I'm just me too. Huh? It was an answer I hadn't heard before. Perhaps the person timed it just right. The first thing that greeted me was, when I looked up, was a smile. An abashed smile, to be sure, but with no lack in warmth. Just the smile to put me at a loss. How could someone called Top Gun pretend to understand, to sympathize? Someone like you would never understand what I feel. I do. What is that supposed to mean? Want to come with me? I have a dream, but I cannot make it real on my own. Wouldn't any other team do? No one but you will do it. No one understands solitude like you. No one yearns to connect like you. Will you help me, Lucia? The person extended a hand. I knew I should extend mine, but picking a team like mine won't help you. Babylonia will never clear an understaffed team for combat operations. Then we'll just have to go find staff. We have to start somewhere. Starting somewhere. It doesn't matter if we start from nothing, whether we're top of the class or bottom of the barrel. None of it matters. Because from this nothingness of new beginnings, the most precious things will come. Most precious. Could I ever find such a thing? You will. I promise. What is it that you want to do? Oh. See smiles on everyone's faces. Smiles on everyone's faces. You are a weird one. Forgive me, I misspoke. If it is possible, I too would like to see smiles on everyone's faces. What a world it would be to inspire such joy in everyone. Listening to Uzabeni's words, I began to imagine such a world and my place in it. At least I wouldn't be alone in such a world. Then if someone were to ask me again, if it was just me, in that world I may be able to say no. I would be able to say no. No, everyone's here. And so I took the hand. And I will never, ever let go. Aw. So many hiddens to go through. White dress. Oh, cute. Is it all ready, Liv? They'll be picking you up soon. Father's made arrangements already. When you are in the war zone, just work safely in the back as a medical officer. As for father, he's got work still and can't be here. You understand, right? That white dress is mine. You've always liked it, didn't you? I can tell. You can have it. Though you may be leaving this house, but you're still our family. Don't disgrace our name. Get changed, Liv. At least you should leave gracefully. You can do it, I'm sure. Yes, mother. Before departing, Liv looks at herself one last time in the mirror. Day 20, new journey. All gone. Humans. Have they all left? Activating repair sequence. It's fixed. My body, wow. But why aren't I corrupted? Just now, when I wasn't thinking straight, I kept thinking about the time with Mommy and Daddy. It's because of them that I persevered. But I can never go back. Humans will not accept the machine that is me. But I'm thinking like a human now, and free. So, am I a human? Or a machine? Ah, this is my digital diary. I must keep it safe. Relaying data. Mother, Father, Jane. I'll keep myself safe. I'll bring all these precious things over. Then I'll continue to walk this earth as a new me. Even though I don't know what the future holds or where I should go. But now that I've accepted my true self, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of relief. Hee. From now on, I'm my own person. It's a bit lonely though. Now, enemy pulse. Secret of the hunting ground. Humans starve, humans die, humans get sad, and humans also make friends. Amy taught me the last one. Oh, don't forget to disassemble me before selling my parts. My circulatory energy capsule is a universal one, so it should be able to fetch a high price. Please don't tell Amy for now. As her friend, I don't wish for her to experience the first three things so soon, and never to, if possible. As for me, I still don't quite know what it means to be alive. After all, I'm not human. Though, from what I can see, surviving is no small feat for humans. Robert was not prey. We never saw him as prey. Do you remember that winter when we almost couldn't make it? Robert. He made a decision back then. We didn't disassemble him. We couldn't, mentally nor physically. So he decided to tear off his own energy capsule and create the hunting grounds in the Foundation pit. He used the punishing virus concentration scale to achieve self-hunting and disassembled himself. We didn't mean to make the hunting grounds. It's also true that we didn't put an end to it. Jeez. Binary symbol. How is it adapting to the new environment well? Yes, it's all good. You don't have to worry, Abe. Not to mention, you should know exactly how I'm doing, shouldn't you? You could say so. But I feel more relieved hearing it from you directly. Don't worry so much about me. It will get to me as well. Have more faith in both yourself and me. Right, I will. Just seeing you with that commandant makes me a bit jealous. If I could, I'd like to go to Earth with you too. Don't be silly. The commandant is in constant danger of consciousness damage and death just being on a mission. It might seem noble and exciting, but if I can, I'd like for you to live safe and sound. Just that. I'm all grown up now, unlike before. I've been working hard to catch up to you. Binary is nothing but a piece of cake to me now. Right. But you still have a long way to go if you want to surpass me. We'll get there someday. And then I'll be the one protecting you. All grown up, huh? Alright then, I look forward to that day. Next. Spiral of causality. Failure. Failure again. Professor, you haven't rested in quite a while. I can't, not now. Every time we fail, we lose another life. But they are all necessary sacrifices for research. We need to improve this technology ASAP. Not just for these kids, but for all of humanity. Let's resume. Clean the operation table and prepare experiment 3145. Huh. Oasis Squad. Watanabe, This is the prize for coming in first in the squad rankings. The instructor said to open it together with you. Why so mysterious? Combat knife. Can't the instructor be more creative? Gurkha knife. Well, at least it's a good knife. So, who came in first? You and me. Both of us. But there's only this one prize. Whatever. I don't need a new knife anyway. I'll just leave it to people like you who wish to die on the front lines every day. Thanks then. If anything does happen to me one day, well, take care of it then. Why would I want that? Looks like I'm destined to wield this knife. Dual blades. That should be pretty cool. Bruce's hand wraps tightly around the combat knife, the cold causing his lifeless hand to freeze in place. It was impossible to peel the knife out of his firm grip. Watanabe stands silently. After a while, he crouches down, his comrade's hand in one hand and the blade of the knife in the other. He carefully extracts the knife, bandages it, and adds it to his gear. Oasis will be under my leadership starting from today. That is Bruce's last order. Finding Oasis. Like a prisoner who just broke out of prison in the desert, the sun shines madly on the dunes. The air is filled with scorching heat and dry dust. Watanabe walks on yellow sand. Summer wind quickly blasts over the sand, bringing salty air from some unknown distant sea and the smell of gasoline from abandoned factories before disappearing again into the horizon. He smells gun smoke, which is then quickly erased by the dry summer wind. He stands in the vast desert. Watanabe has never felt so calm, even when his invert device is screaming about the high concentration of punishing virus in the air. Leave me alone. I don't often get to enjoy the afternoon like this. Watanabe reaches out for the invert device in his hair. The sharp tip feels like the bones of some deep-sea animal, hard but fragile. Watanabe clenches the invert device tightly. With his teeth gnashed, he breaks it with great force. As Watanabe forces his way out of the controlled network of Babylonia, he could no longer turn off his pain reception. But he didn't plan to do so anyway. Even when he was back on Babylonia, sometimes only the pain could remind him that he was alive. Pain helps him remember many things, a valuable lesson from his instructor. Enduring the pain and forcibly removing his invert device, Watanabe wipes away the vital fluid flowing down from the wound on his forehead. I don't need this kind of color anymore. The invert device covered with vital fluid rests in the palm of Watanabe's hand. He clenches his fist, then relaxes hand. He relaxes his hand, causing the device to fall between his fingers. Seemingly oblivious to it, Watanabe quietly and resolutely walks in the direction of the oasis. Wait, I never picked this stuff up? Wait, I never picked up this stuff? That's funny. Oh no, did I? Now it makes me want to, now I want to check like, oh my god. How have I not picked these up? How did I forget about these? Did I forget? Okay, no, there's no way I forget Karenina's. Okay. How did I forget Watanabe? How did I forget the claimed rewards from Watanabe's interludes? Okay, and then there was Bianca's hidden. losing myself. God has taught us to be holy, righteous, loving, giving, to love the enemy, fast, pray, to walk in the light, to not be greedy, to not judge, or not to judge, to be sincere, and to stay on the path, to love. But what is love to a mechanoid? Does love really exist? Even all the sacred texts in the database failed to tell me. Until I found a baby in the vast snow land, a human baby. She was cowering her fragile body, her skin purple from the cold, yet she quietly looked up at me with her golden eyes. My neural network ran sophisticated calculations, and the conclusion I reached was that even the angel of love was nothing compared to her. I raised her. Mechanoids have no concept of time, but I found that, Jesus Christ, 567,648,000,000 seconds, or 567,648,000 seconds passed by in a flash. Bianca, my child, my kind, gentle, strong, and brave child. She loves the world and is full of faith. Even in this time when faith is scarce, when mechanoids teach religion, and I could never tell her the truth. I could explain all religious texts, recite all teachings, yet love was taught to me by my child. If only I were human, if I am qualified as a guardian, if I can see Bianca, my child, grow up. If only. When I saw Mie, I already understood. I understood that I would never get to see. I separated Bianca from me, had her lead the others away while I locked myself in the basement of the church. I took off the chains on the cross and tightly chained myself up, so tight that the truth of my mechanic presence under the human-like skin was revealed. God loves the world. God blesses the world. Yet as a mechanoid, I cannot nor do I need the blessing or protection. But if my constant prayers and pious devotion are worth anything, please protect my child Bianca and all the other human children like Bianca. They are all angels who have fallen into this world. God, if I ever lose myself, I am willing to accept any judgment and punishment. Bianca, my child, please be safe. I think I did Did I do Veritas? No, I didn't. Invite. City 173, Star of Life Temporary Hospital, 11:50 a.m. President Hassan. She was unconscious in a pool of blood when we found her. Most of her sensory modules had been cut off, resulting in her not noticing the severe damages on her body. Or should I say, she noticed, but didn't care anymore. How is she now? We performed emergency maintenance on her frame. She's already awake. Thank goodness. Also, we recommend switching frames for her. The longer it's delayed, the more her personality will deviate. I understand. Take me to her. Of course. Please follow me. Hassan follows the doctor past layers and layers of security before reaching the ICU ward. He enters the room after three light knocks on the door. It's been 4 days since we found you. I'm glad you're awake now. There's nothing for you to be glad about. You should have let me to die back on the roof. I'm sorry for everything that's happened, but they didn't happen all for nothing. You don't need to reject yourself like that. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Hassan, the leader of humanity. Firstly, I would like to thank you on behalf of all humanity for destroying Daedalus. I didn't do anything special. It was just senseless killing. No, what you did was taking out Corona's traitor. When? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to track him down and Daedalus's network wouldn't have been destroyed. And because of you, that bastard got what he deserved. You did the right thing, no matter in the snow plains, the church, or to Went's underlings. Your actions have undoubtedly saved many. It's just that your faith may have been used by people with ulterior motives. Hassan pulls over the monitor by the hospital bed and taps on it a few times. Holograms of different cities are projected into the air, with all kinds of numbers flashing above. Look at these. These are the cities you've been to. If it weren't for your timely elimination of the corrupted, the population of these cities would have dropped drastically and eventually leading to their fall. The models of the cities morph and crumble as Hassan spoke, turning into a pile of ruins in the end. Really? Yes, you saved them from destruction. Sometimes people like you are needed. Shooting a soundless arrow in the dark and not in the light, misunderstood, and even detested. This is the only way to ensure the sun can rise once more and that the world can be protected. You're probably familiar with this place. A sin taps on the screen and a flat area is shown. Yep, where Daedalus once stood. It's completely gone now, as if it never existed in the first place. People are still living the same peaceful lives, but now the threat has been completely eliminated. You did this? Yes, more specifically, the purifying force of humanity did. You had no direct contact with them, but your motives were the same in this event. You stopped Daedalus together. I think you'd fit right in, Miss Bianca. So I'd like to ask you on behalf of humanity, will you join the purifying force? Take some time to think about it, kid. I've faced many dead ends too when I was your age, but we can't always let the past stop us. Rest for now. We'll meet again soon. And that's how she ended up with purifying. Cool. Then Kamui, Dark Side. Where am I? I should still be on that battlefield. Hello? Anybody here? Those damned corrupted. Could it mean that... Koya. I'm sorry. Do you really think that Koya died because of the corrupted? Who are you? I thought you'd never have a look like that. You must be thinking if I'm a corrupted or not, right? Don't compare me with those trash. I don't care about who you are, just let me go. It seems that you don't often use your brain. You don't even know where this is yet. Here is? My mind? Think carefully about why am I in your mind. I don't have time to reminisce with a fool like you. Your dream, your belief, what's missing in you that can support it all? You will eventually become me. It's like Ichigo in his inner hollow. The other. Message has been sent via the nearest relay point. Ayla, I'm sorry. Looks like this will be my last message. But at least my tempest has reached you, right? Ayla, I once told you why I wanted to become a construct. Our paths would be rectified if we could portray the world as it truly is. I still believe in it. I'm sorry for being selfish. I'm sorry, Ayla. I chose my own path without letting you know. Even when I know we are so similar. Another corrupted falls to the ground from Selena's attack. So I'm not alone. I always feel that you are next to me, fighting together. It's like this is the end. My final solo. Time to call it curtains. Adios. mi amore. Sad. God, I'm just reminded of Selena's freaking interlude, Jesus. When the day comes, now on to Sophia's. Perhaps the anti-royalists thought they could smear the name of Actilec behind my name and force me into submission. But they failed to acknowledge my strength and that I have no intention to become their puppet of a princess. That night, when Sophia was brought in front of me, I held my head high and told her the truth. She made her choice herself, though it took her some time to do so. To be honest, I was a bit worried she would refuse, since asking me to take care of Sophia was Andre's last words. He saw her as a daughter of his own. What dare he ask me? One still hasn't been engaged to do something like this. I only have experience in raising subordinates, so I guess that will have to do. I originally wanted her to become a pawn for me to control, a sword to protect me, but as I watched her grow, I started having other thoughts. And perhaps I already had thoughts of helping her leave the nest long ago. Perhaps what happened with Ashlar helped me push in the right direction. Even though they are skilled in inciting people, I can't comprehend why they think they can hide things from me when their servants are all spies for me. Well, that's that. Sophia volunteered to become my guard afterward, and the rest is history. I only want to say that sending Sophia up to Babylonia is not for a trade, nor is she a hostage. I genuinely hope for this little girl, who has been on this train for her whole life, to be able to experience the world outside. I may not be able to apologize to her directly, but I am still responsible for all the blood on her hands. And it's all thanks to these necessary sacrifices that Actilec has been enjoying peace since I took over. I'm really conflicted about her future. On one hand, I want her to become even stronger, but on the other, I want her to enjoy life like a girl her age should. Never mind. It's not something I can decide at the moment. Forgive me for being selfish and entrusting her to you. Please train her with care and kindness. Actilec Jamila Amir. Never thought Actilec's Amir would ask me for a favor like that. Guess I don't have a choice. I know just the place. Chrome. Scar. Smith, your son. So the next Smith has already been picked. Have you heard the story about the hero Nicola? Didn't know you had a taste for that kind of story. It was a story I heard from the last Smith, back when I was becoming a real Smith. He told me it was only natural for the hero to challenge the Demon King. The hero had to go and defeat the Demon King. That was his duty. He started training since childhood and, at the youngest possible age, embarked on a crusade against the Demon King. His life was dedicated by fate and by other people. His own will didn't matter. And finally, when he came face to face with the Demon King, the latter asked, "Will you take my life, or half of the world?" What do you think was the hero's answer? Kill the Demon King, of course. No, it wouldn't be that simple. Exactly. His answer was half of the world. Only those who have made tough decisions in life can appreciate the ingenuity of that answer. That said, I don't want the next Smith to be a hero. You pick up all the pieces and piece them together. And then Smith will become the perfect monster. Chrome, you're becoming a Smith. Okay, well, I'm gonna do Glory another time. Oh, I've done the hidden for this one before. But this one I've not done. Praise for the future. The corruptor with dark wings slowly descends upon the hill. Its grotesque appearance sends shivers down Lloyd's and Yana's spines. Do you seriously think you can run away with that wounded construct? Gabriel looks unrushed, not even looking away from the book in its hand. Yana, move behind me. The female construct's leg is wounded. Lloyd shields her behind himself and taunts Gabriel with a relaxed voice. It's nice to be flying. Speaking of injuries, you are not much different. Gabriel finally closes the book and looks down at its own chest. The oil leak marks on its cloak are clearly visible. You are indeed a commendable warrior. Not many constructs can hurt me like this, even if they put their lives on the line. Good, very good. But your effort is meaningless. Gabriel gently tears its cloak apart, revealing the wound that is already healed under the effect of the punishing virus. What a monster. Lloyd squeezes out a smile. He has never heard of a corrupted with such great power, let alone its incredible intelligence. Lloyd, I can still fight. Yana pulls her katana out, but she can barely stand. Don't worry, it's just bluffing. It's alone. I can handle this. Lloyd makes a hand gesture behind his back, hinting Yana to run to the east once he gives her the signal. Your mission is to go back to Babylonia and report this new enemy to HQ. Understood? What a pity. Instead of embracing the punishing virus, humans would rather run. Do you want me to befriend the virus that destroyed the world? Sorry, but my dream is to become a hero. I have no plan to be a monster like you. Lloyd suddenly dashes forward, traveling more than 10 meters within an instant. The tip of his banner spear has almost reached Gabriel's chest. Bad. But your surprise factor is meaningless against machines. The spear tip collides with Gabriel's claws, striking fierce sparks, but Gabriel's strength is clearly superior. Yana! Yana grits her teeth and runs toward the east. She will be safe as long as she can catch up with the main force. But it's too late. Gabriel suddenly pushes Lloyd away, then hurls his sharp staff-like blade with his left hand toward Yana, who can only close her eyes. But when she opens her eyes again, she realizes she is still alive. Lloyd managed to throw his banner spear to deflect the staff. I am truly shocked by your reflex, decision accuracy, and stupidity. Gabriel exaggeratedly extends his arms, pulling the claws from Lloyd's right shoulder. Red vital fluid pours out from his mouth. Still, he quickly jumps back at a speed that does not match his injuries and stands in front of Yana. Is this what so-called heroes do? Giving up your weapon and getting badly wounded just to save a construct that can't be of any use. Gabriel's taunt makes Lloyd laugh out loud. Don't say that so early. Sometimes surprise factor can still work on machines, don't you think? Gabriel looks back at itself and finds out 3 of its left wings were destroyed from their root. I see. You split the weapon in 2. One was used to save that construct, the other was aiming for my wings. Yana runs over to hold Lloyd as he can barely stand up. She realizes how bad his wound is. Lloyd, why? Listen, Yana. Lloyd interrupts her abruptly. He knows there is no time to hesitate. That corrupted can't fly now. I can pull it off to the cliff. It won't be able to catch you even if your legs can't function properly. Now stand up and run. I'll stop before you. But you will die. Lloyd smiles as he pretends to be relaxed. Don't worry. We'll leave through recalling after keeping him here for some time. Trust me. Lloyd, I'm not smart, but I can tell that you're lying. The risk of recalling when facing such a powerful corrupted cannot be predicted. But we don't have... No, there's another option. Yana lets go of Lloyd and steps aside. She smiles. I'll do the recall instead. Then you can safely get out of here without me. I have faith in you. You can't. Recalling is a lie. There is no redemption. But Lloyd cannot say it out. This lie is heavier than his and Yana's lives combined. Alright then, Lloyd. I'll see you on the battlefield. No, don't! Lloyd grabs Yana's hands, but they have already gone stiff. Her mind is forever lost with the so-called recall mechanism. Did she choose to end her life? But it's too late. You might be able to survive if you could give up on her earlier. Lloyd collapses to the ground next to Yana. Gabriel slowly walks to him, extends its left hand. Dark, red, punishing virus begins to gather in his palm. But with your aptitude, you may become our new comrade. Come, embrace the trial of the Ascension Network. The deadly red glow intensifies, which also causes Gabriel to ignore the fact that Lloyd has secretly clenched Yana's blade. A silver flash separates Gabriel's left arm from his shoulder. I need to change my view on you. Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectation, to the point that... Gabriel looks down at Lloyd and shakes its head. As Lloyd cuts off Gabriel's left arm, his chest is also impaled by its claw. It even forces me to kill you. Gabriel picks up the top hat with its right hand that is soaked in red vital fluid. He gives a slight bow to Lloyd out of respect. Thanks to you, I learned the word hero today. You had great strength of body and mind. Too bad you choose to fight for humans instead of contributing your power to the Ascension Network. Humans don't deserve heroes. Gabriel puts the top hat back on its head, turns away. The untimely rain begins to fall quietly, soaking Lloyd's broken body. Sorry, Yana. I couldn't tell you the truth in the end. I'm sorry to you, Commander Nicola. I can't return to Babylonia as a hero once again. Lloyd takes out a notebook from his pocket and holds it tight in his arms, as if it matters more than his life. Maybe one day, Lloyd can live in a world that no longer needs heroes or lies. What kind of different life will he live, I wonder? By that time, our stories no longer need to be kept secret. Maybe he will pass them down like a writer in the Golden Age. The rain and wind seem to fade away as Lloyd's hand loses its grip on the notebook. Then, no efforts, as well as those sacrifices and lies, aren't in vain. I'm leaving everything to you, the Lloyd of the future. Ooh. It's a few more, I think. Wait, Rosetta, Chu, Changyu, Luna, Selena. That's a lot to go through, holy shit. Jeez. Alright, I'm starting to get tired though, so I'll just stop it from here. I'll just stop from here. Okay. Alrighty. Missions. I'll go through the rest of the interludes next time. Speaking of next time... Yes, okay. Description of Labyrinth. This doesn't... Oh wait, that's hidden. Shit. Oh, this one's not very long either. Okay. Okay, yeah. Next time I stream this, like this weekend, I'll go through Inscription of Labyrinth. And then I'll do the other interludes too, on top of it. I don't know if I'll also do the hidden on that same stream. Maybe. Maybe actually, yeah. Maybe both normal and hidden. That's probably what I'll do. Okay. Let's check on these now. A lot of reading as per usual. Oh, the voice. Oh, my throat. Let's see here. Anything else? Alright, so with that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for joining with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or nights, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Ow. I'm gonna continue playing Divinity tomorrow, and so for tomorrow and Friday. So I hope to see you there if you ever feel like stopping by to say hi. Alrighty. Again, thank you for watching. And again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you, thank you. See you tomorrow for Divinity. Thank you. Bye-bye.